Anybody online, can you confirm if you are able to hear me?
Morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, I can hear
Yes,
you.
sir.
Good morning.
Good.
Good
Okay,
morning, all
good
of you.
morning. Welcome
Yes,
back.
sir.
Welcome back. I see we have 10 people online and we have about 8 people here in the room. So I'm excited to be back for day 2. And today we have 2 lectures in the morning, 1 lecture in the afternoon, and a tutorial in the afternoon, if I remember the schedule right. Does anybody have any questions about the items we discussed yesterday? Any comments? Please turn on the microphone and identify yourself so people online will know who is.
Sir, my name is Rahul Narayan, sir. Sir, in the previous class, I had one doubt.
Yes.
You discussed about safe system approach, SSA. In that safe system approach, you discussed one point, that is RSVPP. Sir, I request you please, sir, once.
Okay. Yeah, the question, if those online did not hear, relates to the safe systems approach that I briefly discussed yesterday, and this is the US model that was adopted by the US Department of Transportation about 2 years ago. So I used the acronym RSVP and I added a P. So safe is common across the RSVP. Safer roads are. S is speed, safer speeds. V is safer vehicles. P is safer people, road users. So that's the RSVP. And the last P is post crash response or emergency medical thing. So that's what the RSVPP is. The bottom line is, and around that circle I had on that slides. Oh, we need to make the slides available. Nipjyoti, I will make sure that at the end of the session I can share it with you so we can put a PDF that people can access at the end of the day. I will do that by the end of today. So you'll have yesterday's and today's notes. So the whole principle here, there are 5 principles, is that we need to make sure that we design, operate roads and vehicles taking into consideration or taking into account that people make mistakes. We need to have forgiving systems. Yes, sometimes it is inevitable that we may have crashes that lead to serious injuries or fatalities, but to the extent possible by designing safer roads appropriate. Professor Maurya showed a lot of examples yesterday, what was not right and some that were right. Safer vehicles, that goes more in the mechanical engineering, now computer engineering domain, is how do you do that, whether it is airbags, anti-lock brakes, ADAS systems, so on and so forth. Safer people is we need to do a much better job of education excuse me that the road users, whether they be motorists, pedestrians, bicyclists, one, know what the roadway design features are, 2, how they should use it, and 3, that they pay attention enough that they use it in a responsible manner. But if they don't do, then we go to the one of the other E's, is enforcement. We need to make sure that there are rules and regulations that can be enforced. They are enforceable. It's no point having a rule that you cannot enforce. So that's one part. 2 is have the law enforcement, the police agencies be active in enforcing the laws, the rules, regulations, and the penalties for violations should be substantial enough to bring about a behavioral change. So that's that. Roads, vehicles, people, RSV, speeds. Yeah, so we need to design the roads based upon appropriate speeds. I gave you several examples yesterday across the world and from the US where they reduce the speeds in urbanized areas from, it may have been 30, 35, 40, 45 miles an hour to down to 25 miles an hour or 40 kilometers an hour inside the urbanized area. So maybe I will try to have a graphic that shows, I do not have it for today, but later. As the speed increases, if somebody were involved in a crash in a motor vehicle, the outcomes for vehicle versus vehicle, vehicle versus pedestrian, vehicle versus motorist increases exponentially. A simple way to look at it is look at kinematic energy. It is proportional to the square of the speed. So, a crash that occurs at 30 kilometers an hour versus 60 kilometers an hour, the energy that you have at 60 kilometers an hour is not double, but it is 4 times. So, if we can design the roads that are more appropriate for the environment, whether it is urban, rural, so on, or even having variable speed limits on the same roadway at different times, maybe in the hilly area that we have in northeast India, if you have a lot of fog, reduce the speed limit from 50 kilometers an hour to maybe 25 or 30 kilometers an hour, because your sight distance that you have available may be much more limited. Yes, it is incumbent on the driver, the motor vehicle operator, to drive at a speed that is prudent for the conditions. I believe worldwide that would be the law. Even though it says 50 kilometers an hour, if the conditions are not appropriate for 50 kilometers an hour, they need to operate it low. But so that is from a roadway design, and so there are variable speed limit signs that can be enforced, and so that is basically using a dynamic messaging sign. The other part of safer speeds is working with the vehicle manufacturers. We talked about speed regulators, right? Can you put in speed regulators in vehicles that will not allow the vehicle to exceed a certain speed? And with today's technology, we can change that based upon time of the day and the location. In an urban area, maybe if somebody is trying to go more than 25 miles an hour and it is in a 25 miles an hour zone, no matter how much you press the accelerator or on your scooter or motorcycle, it is just not going to go fast. So, these are some of the, and then the last P is post crash care, making sure that we have a well orchestrated, well organized response to any crash that occurs that leads to injuries, or not just injuries, even if there is a property damage only. If you can clear the crash, that will minimize the potential for secondary crashes. Many times when you have a crash, maybe nobody is injured in that crash, but then people are stopping, looking left, right, and everywhere. That leads to distracted driving, and that could lead to other crashes. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Does anybody else have any questions or comments from online? I try to silence my phones, but if it rings, I apologize. I will make sure I will figure out how to rectify the problem. All right. So, in the first part today, it's a 2-hour session. I'm not sure whether we will go 2 hours. We started about 20 minutes late. So, I will try my best to keep it on time, and that you get your chai at is it 10:30 or 11? 11? I want my chai at 10:30. Daniel, you? Yes, sir. Pakka? Yes. Okay, thank you. So, those of you who are online, you can plan to have a break at about 11 a.m. So, that is about 90 minutes from now, and I have a slide deck that has 52 slides. So, I will try to do that. So, some slides I will go very fast, some slides I will spend a little more time on that. So, the first slide is what are the learning outcomes for this particular session, and I am not going to read it word for word. Bottom line is looking at a little bit, will be capturing what we talked yesterday, what are key road safety analysis elements of road safety analysis, then not just engineering, going beyond engineering. Data, will look at a lot of data that is traditional or legacy. I am not going to go into emerging technologies, except at the end I will show you 1 or 2 slides which will be a lead in to lectures next tomorrow, not even this afternoon. Then how do you analyze the data come in? We talked yesterday about the temporal and spatial resolution. Do you get data every second, or in some cases you can get in fractions of seconds, and spatial, so on. And how do you look at risky driving behavior, identify risky driving behavior, and try to minimize repeat violators. And the last part will be more of a dialogue or discussion about trying to link together data related to driver's licenses, vehicle registration, repeat violators. As we were coming in, Dr. Bharadwaj was talking to me about some of the initiatives in India that we as a user can link our records, or the government agencies can also link it together. So those are very good moves. Does anybody have any comments on anything else you'd like me to address this morning? Okay. So we looked at this yesterday. It's multidisciplinary road safety, and what I didn't go into are some of the details of the disciplinary areas. We talked about the 4 E's, which is coming up on a subsequent slide, but the types of backgrounds people I interact with in my safety related work include people from public policy, my colleagues in the College of School of Public Policy. These are people who are experts in developing how to develop legislation, how do you craft a legislative act. Most of you are aware of the Motor Vehicles Act of 2019 that was revised, right? It didn't just come up because some MP or some minister said, hey, we want this, they wrote it. It took years and years of effort from various people, stakeholders, to come up with it. But then it is the public policy experts who will say, okay, here's the language. So they will work with lawyers, they'll work with engineers, they'll work with planners, they'll work with emergency medical people to try to come up with the right, what is an effective way to enact legislation or regulations. Regulations are usually based upon legislative act. It could be at the central government level, at the state government level, at a corporation or municipality level. So there are 2 parts, and the third part is administrative thing, such as where do you post your speed limit, what do you post for your speed limit signs, should it be 25 kilometers an hour, should it be 40 kilometers an hour, so on. So those are some of the things from the public policy side. From psychology and human factors, yesterday many of you talked about rash driving, drunk driving, so on. We need to bring about behavioral change. Several of you in the last session during the tutorial, you talked about we need to formulate policy or allocate more resources or dedicate more attention to that. So now the other group that will help us are the social behavioral scientists. How do you incentivize good behavior? How do you bring about a change in behavior that is bad, either punitive or otherwise? Then we have people from urban planning who will try to help us with the land use, zoning, the form of the transport infrastructure, not just the roads, whether it is the bicycle paths, the pedestrian facilities. I don't know if you have dedicated lorry or truck lanes in India. Yeah, so those are things to think about. So those are some of the, and then I interact with people from our College of Public Health who bridge the gap between public health and built infrastructure. Promoting more walking or bicycling, active lifestyle can lead to better health outcomes. So how do you do that from top-down approach, bottom-up? Top-down is from the government level, because most roads are government owned and operated, except maybe there would be colonies that may be gated that own and operate their own roads. Even there, how do we do that? Bottom-up is how do we motivate or excite people to use the facilities that we are designing.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that in many part of the country, especially in urban area, so efforts have been made to make bicycle. So they are making specialized bicycle track.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Yeah. But one thing is to make it, but second thing is how do you motivate or engage people to use it. I work with people in economics and finance. All of these cost a lot of money. When I see the numbers in terms of how many, not how many lakhs or how many crores, how many lakhs of crores are being invested in public infrastructure. How do you get the money? What are the sources, so on, and some of it then comes back to paying for motor vehicle registration fees, taxes or cess on excise, on petrol or diesel, tolls, so on. So, you need to work with a whole range of stakeholders, or we collectively. It may not be that you individually may be working with all of these, but maybe your group or your team or higher up. That is who we need to bring together in terms of bringing about changes in safety. And medicine, post-crash care, I think we touched upon that enough yesterday. Here are the 4 E's, and this was a slide that we picked up from a 2020. I'm sure that there are more recent ones, but this is from the National Road Safety Week in January 2020. And you said now we have National Road Safety Month also. And the 4 E's, I'm not going to dwell on it any further. So, now the first E we talked about were education. I'm going to give you 1 minute to talk amongst yourselves, and the question is, we need to raise awareness and responsibility, what I talked about just a few minutes ago, to achieve better road safety outcomes. Who do we need to educate? The question is, to enhance road safety or outcomes, safety outcomes on roadways, we need to raise the level of awareness and responsibility or ownership. I am a road user, or I am a so and so. I want better road safety outcomes, so what should I do, or what should we do? So, who is I, who is we? Who are the people who we should work to try to connect with for raising awareness and responsibility? If you are sitting by yourself, you need to come forward, sit with somebody else. So, I have 2 rows of 3 there and 2 rows of 2. You get to pick which 2. You need to come forward. No, you cannot be by yourself. You have to engage in discussions. All right, people online, you know your WhatsApp groups. There are 5 WhatsApp groups. I see that we do not have everybody. We only have 13 people online. So, whoever you have on your WhatsApp groups, please do so. So, from now you have 1 minute to come up with your responses, and I will call on anybody. You need to talk amongst yourself. You're done so quickly. Ten seconds to go. Okay, time. Since your group finished first, I'm going to ask you, who just say one amongst who should be one, just name one.
So school student.
School students, okay. WhatsApp group 1, name one target. Anybody from WhatsApp group 1? No. WhatsApp group 2?
Transport authorities.
What authorities? I missed the first part.
Transport authorities.
Transport authorities, okay, thank you. So, that was WhatsApp group 2. Was it Tazim who spoke up?
Ashwini.
Ashwini spoke. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll get it right. Here, what did your group come up with?
Taxi unions or the auto.
Speak up, yeah. Okay, taxi unions or auto rickshaw unions. Excellent. WhatsApp group 3?
Myself, Tushar, redesign the autos.
Please repeat.
Basically, most of the autos in urban areas are heated back.
Okay, autos, auto rickshaws. Okay.
Redesign the taxi vehicles. Yeah.
Taxi vehicle. Okay. The group there, the last but one row. Pedestrians. Okay. WhatsApp group 4.
or traffic police and whosoever are the emergency responders.
Police and responders. I asked for one, Shruti, not two. Okay,
sorry.
thank you. That's okay. The last row. People in the village areas, the rural environment, or people around the roadway system. Okay. And WhatsApp group 5?
Hello sir, Chandrika this side.
Yes.
In our group Ishfaq and Aswarya is also there.
Okay.
So from my side, I would like to say transport department one of the major and education, and focus group must be children and road users.
Okay.
Like focusing in rural and urban areas.
Okay. Thank you. So you all got a sense for a number of things. I need you to move to one group that has 2 people. I don't know if I was clear enough. I'm being very direct, very explicit. You have to move to one of these 2 groups. Yes, right now. How many people in this room are from IIT Guwahati? Okay. So after this lecture, this session, I'm going to make sure that we have 2 people who are not from IIT Guwahati. I know they've been sitting together. I'm going to make sure that there's at least one IIT Guwahati person with them. So I'm going to have you move to the front row. How many of you are MTech in the MTech program? Okay. How many in the PhD program? Undergraduate? Okay. So there's some feedback. I'm not sure if it is from me. Those of you online, can you, oh, somebody wants to get back into the meeting. Yeah, the CET staff is taking care of it. Please bear with us. Oh, the person hung up? Yeah. So here's some list that I put together. I did not have taxi or auto rickshaw unions, same way bus drivers unions, so on. So this is just an illustrative. One thing that I didn't hear, I heard transport authorities, but oh, let me get the pointer. So some of you said transport authorities, so I will take that to mean the appointed officials, but also the elected officials. As I said a few minutes ago, whether it is your city council, your corporation official, your state MLA, or your MP, or those are elected people. Oftentimes you use the word politician. Okay, I've been told not to use politician. They are elected officials, they are public servants. Okay, so I try to use elected officials and not politicians. I'd encourage you to consider doing the same thing too. And then appointed officials are people such as a district collector who has a lot of authority. It could be an RTO director, Road Transport Organization Authority director, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of people, and you talked about road users, whether they be pedestrians, bicyclists, auto rickshaw, taxi driver unions, bus drivers, so on, planners and engineers. I didn't hear that in this conversation. They are the ones who are actually coming up with the outlines, but there are a lot of others. So if the planners, Professor Maurya had some very nice photos yesterday. Remember, there's a pedestrian crosswalk, zebra crosswalk that leads straight to a median barrier. I don't know whether that was a planner or a designer who came up with it, or maybe it was just a construction crew who said, hey, this is a good place to mark it, let's just mark it. So there are a lot of people you need to bring. Law enforcement, police, many of you talked about. Legal and judiciary, I did not hear that. This is where if you got a challan, and what I understand is most people will just pay it to avoid the headache of going to court, but then you have lawyers who may say, okay, no, I will help defend you. I can say prove that you were not driving 110 kilometers an hour where it was 50 kilometers an hour, and I will go to the court, especially there are violators who keep getting challans over and over and again. Maybe they are at risk of losing their driver's license or big financial penalty. So in the US we call them defense attorneys. Anytime you get a challan in the US, you have a right to go to court and prove your innocence. So challenge the challan. I believe that is the case across the world. I don't know how effective it is. In my conversation with Dr. Bharadwaj, I understand most people will just say, okay, I'll pay the challan, because otherwise it will be many days, many hours lost in court. So that's the defense attorneys. In the US, that's called the prosecuting attorney. The police officer issues the challan, and that challan or that case is referred to a particular court. I will talk about the court system later. And there it is a government lawyer who is prosecuting, saying you committed a crime, so here is the penalty for you. So we have two lawyers, one is the defense, the other one is the prosecution. So many times they will discuss and say, okay, my client is willing to plead to parking violation, not speeding. I parked in an parked illegally in a zone that was not targeted for, that was not designated for parking. So the penalty is lower. In the US, the way it works is if you have a moving violation, that is when you're driving, when your vehicle is moving, and you get caught, the penalty is higher than if it was a parking violation. So they just plead it down, say, okay, it's a parking violation. It doesn't even go to the judge. So the legal and judicial, the judicial are the judges. So the judge's role is, remember we talked about the legislation, whatever is the law, the Motor Vehicle Act. Yesterday we heard that the penalties have gone up by 10 times. So the judge has to be ready to impose that penalty, that sanction. So we need to inform them too, and usually there at least some judicial representation, some legal representation was made when the laws were being enacted, but we need to have them come on board and have consistency in enforcement, in enforcing the laws. What penalties? Oh, individual A went for the same violation, it's a minor penalty. Individual B came up before the same judge, it's a different penalty. Or two different courts, maybe in District 1 and District 2, the judges handle it differently, lack of consistency. So those are the things to educate. Ma'am, would you please come join the group that has 2 members? Thank you. Ishita Pragna, right? Thank you. I'm trying to get the names and faces together. I will. Any questions on this?
One more could be fund allocation agencies.
Resource allocation agencies, absolutely. Thank you. Who was that? Was that Ashwini?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. My hearing is not the greatest. I'm trying to tie the voices to the speaker, but I can cheat also. I can look at the screen and see who spoke. Chaliye, chaliye, I'm waiting for you. All right, so the approaches include school programs, and I'm a very strong believer, advocate of the philosophy. The phrase that I use is catch them early, hook them young. Catch them early, hook them young. Human beings are creatures of habit. What is a habit? You do something, same thing over again, it becomes a habit. If your habit is you get in the car, if you're in a four-wheeler, as soon as you get in, you put in the seat belt. If you're the passenger, the driver, you put in the seat belt. That's a habit. Or before you get on your motorized two-wheeler, you put on a helmet. So the philosophy is catch them early, hook them young. You know where I borrowed that from? Tambaku maine kya? Tobacco. You get some young kid hooked on a bidi or a cigarette when they are very young. Usually what I hear is even before they're teenagers now. for the rest of their life. They are hooked. They have that habit. Oh, every hour or every 2 hours or every 3 hours I need to smoke, or whether it is chew or zarda or whatever be that. So if you can get to the front, please, to the front. If you come late, that's one of the opportunities you have. Seats in the front are open. So if we can get to school children early and help them develop good habits of road use, whether it is in a car, in a two-wheeler, when you walk on the sidewalk if there is a sidewalk, or walk in a single line, not 4 or 5 of us and occupy one whole traffic lane. Where do you cross? When do you cross? So that's why I feel very strongly that going to children in their early formative years has the biggest payoff. Community outreach. Some of you talked about getting to the rural communities, going around and saying, hey, here are things that are changing. You need to be aware. What used to be a 2-lane road where the speed limit was maybe 30, 40 kilometers an hour. Now we have upgraded the pavement, upgraded some of the features. So don't cross except where you have marked crossings. Or if you have the median barrier, don't break it open because this is the easiest way to get across. Help educate them, inform them about why things are the way they are and how they should go about using it. Hopefully, before we planned and designed and constructed that facility, we got input from the communities or their representatives. In terms of community outreach, another angle that I have found very, very useful in the US is to work with faith-based organizations. Can anybody give me? I'll stay on this side so you don't have to move the camera. Can anybody give me an example of a faith-based organization? Faith-based. A mandir, a mosque, a church. Or leaders. Faith, religious faith. Leaders of these organizations across the world carry a tremendous amount of influence. What they say is held in high esteem by people who come to their gatherings. So can we work with such leaders? That's an untapped resource, especially when you go to, you talked about the rural areas. There is a very, very strong affiliation. What I see is in urbanized areas, there's less of a congregation of faith-based activities than in rural areas. So that's a group that we should look at. How do we engage with them? As we do all of this, we should go into it with an approach that, one, we want to understand what your needs are, what your concerns are, what your challenges are. Two, we want you to understand what we are doing so that life and living will be better for you, for all of us. It has to be a collective effort, not that, hey, I'm the engineer, I designed this, this is what I want you to do. That's not going to be very well received. Whereas if it is a collective effort, even if it is to hear them out, they say, hey, we want this, we want this, we want this. Okay, we hear you. We'll try to do our best to accommodate what you need. However, here are some of the constraints or challenges. Why we are not able to do it the way you want it. Here are alternative solutions. And some of them may not be satisfactory to them, but at least they will feel that they were heard. We paid attention to what their concerns were. Mass media. I had a photo earlier of the Road Safety Week, posters, so on. How can we get, now TV is very prevalent across India, but around the world, TV is not necessarily a commonly available outlet. People still use radio, and now social media. Somebody talked about social media, the power of social media. How can we use them? And in many parts of the world, such broadcast stations, whether it is TV or radio, have to do what is called PSA, Public Service Announcements. Here companies have to do a CSR, corporate social responsibility, give a portion of their profits or their expenditures to serve the public good. Same way TV stations, radio stations in the US are required to allocate a certain amount of their broadcast time, it's very, very small, to do PSA. So can we have them use some of the PSA slots to promote safety? But we can also buy many, many government agencies and NGOs pay for advertising. Same thing in the social media group. These get to masses. Movie theaters. If we can get the movie theaters to play some messages. Has anybody seen a video of a movie theater setting? There are people walking into the movie theater before the movie. They sit down. Can you, Das, right? Can you describe what you saw in that ad?
Yes, actually I have seen several times that where regarding sir, Tambaku and all, and sir, sometimes there are safety features like they told us to wear helmet or like
Wear
that.
helmet or
Yeah.
seatbelt. Okay, excellent. Has anybody else seen this? Ritesh, I saw you nodding your head earlier.
Yeah, that only.
That one? Anybody online, can you give me an example of an ad that you have seen at a movie theater? The one that I can think of that was very powerful is there's some trailer going on, then people have seated, so the lights are dim. One by one, the mobile phone starts ringing. They all look down to see what this is. At the same time, on the screen, there's a big crash in fraction of a second. Motor vehicles come. So the message is, it took you only 1 second to look at your mobile phone, but what happened? And you can do that with today's technology. It's called geofencing. Anybody within a certain range, I can set it up so that everybody in this room will get a message at the same time. That is a very, very powerful message. Okay, just imagine each of us. That shows you that just by glancing at your phone for 1 second, you didn't even open the message. It rang, you're trying to see who it was. That second or fraction of a second. And the vehicles were going on the screen. Crash. Look it up, it's available online. So that's the other, when I say mass media, where do you have people? And social media. And that has the explosive power. If I post something that the remaining 30 people in this class repost or share, that goes on and on, right? Multiplied. So the enforcement component is also very important, whether it is speed. DUI is driving under the influence. It could be drunk driving, but increasingly what I understand in India is it's just not alcohol, but driving under the influence of drugs. And I understand that even at the middle school level, it has made its way. That's sad to see such drugs there. Traffic law enforcement and vehicle inspections. I understand here in India, every year four-wheeler has to go for inspection to make sure it is roadworthy, and to some extent it is for the emissions, tailpipe emissions, smog check or so. Let me see if I can switch to a video. How do I get the video to show on the screen? Can the IT people help me? I have the video ready.
Distracted driving is dangerous, but some people just can't seem to help themselves. There's the steering wheel proper.
So drag it in, okay.
The sneaker peeker, the fast roller, the night lighter. And it's not long until they become the fender benderer, The got a ticketer, the veering off the road, the driver who kills someone. Enough with the phones already. Just put them down.
So this is an example of a PSA, a public service announcement that TV stations or movie stations, theaters can do. This is just a simple example. There are hundreds of these. Particularly look for ones from New Zealand, from Australia. There you'll see examples, people driving on the same side of the road as in India. If you see videos from the USA, they are driving on the other side of the road. Okay. Europe also has some very good things, and some are very, very sad to see in terms of if you really want to see blood, it can be very, very moving. Okay, so be careful when you show that with others, prep them. So here are, let me make sure I am cued here. So engineering, we talked about this, and yesterday Professor Maurya showed a lot of examples of these, so I am not going to go into details of that. And emergency response, the graphic here shows that there is a crash, and once a crash occurs, there are a lot of people involved. You have the emergency response team, you have CPR, the ambulance, the police, so on and so forth. You need to be worried not only about the people who were the vehicles that were involved in the crash, but other road users, pedestrians, bicyclists, motorists who may be coming by immediately after. So you need to worry about their safety. The gentleman who came in last, you need to move up and sit with a team of 2. You lost your partners. Class? Okay. So then you can move up 1 row, keep him company. And one big thing that we need to worry about is also the post-crash investigation. Is if we want to learn lessons, not only what happened or why it happened, how can we avoid the situation, or if there are crashes, how can we improve the post-crash? This applies even to the engineering part, but in this case I have it under the post-crash. What happened, how can we do better? So now in the next section I have about 15-20 slides on this. Some of the slides, after I introduce the topic, I will go fairly fast because these are graphics to show. The first few slides I will try to explain what the details are. Before I do that, I see a few people who are not here yesterday. Who was not here yesterday? Who wants to introduce? Who was not here yesterday? Everybody here. Mr. Yadav, I saw you, somebody here. Upendra Yadav, I don't remember you from yesterday. Pardon me if you had introduced yourself yesterday. Would you please introduce yourself? I need you to say the organization you are with, where are you located presently, your name, and your ancestral roots, whether it is a town, village, district, and state.
Good morning, sir. I am Upendra Yadav. I am from Kushinagar, Uttar Pradesh, and I am pursuing MTech in Transportation System Engineering from IIT Guwahati.
Okay. And where is your ancestral, or what do you consider your root? Home, hometown, home village.
Sir, I am from Kushinagar, Uttar Pradesh.
Oh, I missed that. Thank you. Yeah, and you're at IIT Guwahati doing your MTech. Are you doing it in residence or are you doing it online?
No, sir. I am in campus because of my lab is going on. That's why I am attending online.
Thank you. I appreciate you making the effort to join us online. Is there anybody else who was not online yesterday? Surya? Oh, yeah. So I am paying attention. All right. So by spatial I mean space. Okay. Transport networks are necessary because people want to move from place to place, or we want to move goods from place to place. So that's the whole space. That's all the whole basis for transport. several people talked about rural versus urban. That's fairly easy to understand. Other things would be certain areas may have a lot of high speed roads, other areas may have low speed roads, or even in a rural area you could have low speed roads that feed into high speed roads, or in urban areas you could have a lot of low speed roads but high speed highway, a national highway going on now with the expressways that are coming on. So this is what I'm. Then there are other characteristics, was the road divided versus undivided, so on, and the specific road environment. A few people brought it up yesterday. We are in the northeast part of India. We have hilly terrain, mountainous terrain, steep gradients, and we have a lot of rain in this part of the country. So when you have rain, and we also have fog, so the visibility could be quite different. When you have no fog, maybe you can see for 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. When it is fog, you may be able to only see 3 meters, 5 meters in front of you. So how you operate it under environmental conditions, whether hilly, flat, so on. And from a temporal perspective, most of us think of time of the day, 6 a.m., 8 a.m., 3 p.m., so on and so forth. But we can further break it down into not only 24 hours of the day. When do we have the peak traffic? Morning peak, evening peak is quite traditional in most urbanized areas. In rural areas the peak periods may be different. In urban areas, in the developed world, the more economically prosperous world, oh, this is a question. You cannot use your calculators, your phones, your computers to answer the following question. I am going to give you 1 minute to come up with an answer, those here and those online. The question is follows. We are looking at traffic over a day, and over a day the traffic is distributed and by hour. I have data for 24 hours. For one day I have 24 observations, and from that identify the highest hour. So that is the peak hour. So the question, the first question is, what percent of the daily traffic, if average daily traffic, occurs during the peak hour? I will give you 30 seconds. You don't need more than 30 seconds to come up with a number. What percent of the average the daily traffic occurs during the peak hour in an urban area? Yeah, talk to your neighbors. I want you to stay engaged. I want your team's response. Five seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, time. Anybody online, please raise your hand and I'll call on someone. Okay, CP Verma, you are the first one to raise your hand. What's your answer?
Approx 40%.
40%, okay. Anybody in the classroom?
Sir, actually it is depend on the events. Like if we consider the peak hour, sir.
Typical day.
Typical day, okay, sir. Normal life consider it
I want one number. I don't want a sentence.
Yes, sir. It can be more than 10 to 12%.
10 to 12%.
Yeah, in normal days.
Just I want word. I don't want sentences.
Okay, 12%. 12%.
12%. Online, I see Tushar.
Yes, sir. 30%.
30%. Okay. Anybody in the class? 15% is a peak hour.
15th peak hour,
V15. V15. That's different. I want the peak hour in the day. Maybe I misunderstood you. So there I have Pratyush.
So 30 to 40%.
30 to 40%. All right. Anybody else? 10%. Okay. And online I see Ashwini.
I would go with 40%.
40%. Okay. I'm not sure, but I think the 30%, 40% is very, very high for a typical day. In an urban area, I would expect about 10% to 12%. Is that fair for India. V15 I am trying to understand. Can you help me understand what he means?
I think he maybe talk about the peak hour factor.
Peak hour factor, yes, that's a slightly different. I can talk to you about it offline. Now I'm going to change the question with just one word. What percentage of the daily traffic occurs in the peak hour in a rural setting? Instead of urban, I changed it to rural. It's a typical day, no Kumbh Mela, no Holi, no nothing. It's an average typical day. In a rural area, what is the peak hour? So 30 seconds. Talk to your neighbors. Talk to your neighbors. I'll call on you. Please lower your hands if you raised it earlier.
2 to 3%. 8 to 12. 3 to 5%.
5 seconds. Time. Please lower your hands. I'm going to try to see if I can lower everybody's hands. Those online, would you please lower your hands? I see 3 of you. I mean digitally, not physically. Thank you. Tushar, you're still on. Thank you. All right. So for the same question, I'm going to go through the same. If you raised your hands in the last question, hold off. I want to give the others a chance. Who in the class wants to give me a number, a response? Just raise your hand. I'll call on you. What's your name? Sati. Sati. Okay. So speak up so others can hear you. 30 to 40%. Okay. Online, please raise your hands, and I'll call you in the order. Come on.
Sir, 3 to 6%. It depends.
3 to 6%. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Who is KM?
Good morning, sir. Krishna Kishore, sir.
Okay, Krishna Kishore. What's your number? One number.
Around 20%.
20%. In the classroom, may I have a show of hands. Who wants to speak up? 15%.
5% or less than that.
Okay, or less than that. Anybody else wish to provide an answer?
Almost, it could be 7.5%.
7.5%. Okay. Let me do a quick math for those of you who said less than 5%. You have 24 hours in a day. If the traffic were equally distributed, let's say 25 hours a day, if they were equally distributed, it would be 4%, right? So if the peak hour is 5%, what happens to the rest? So you don't have a peak is what that means. In the United States, in rural areas, the peak hour accounts for about 15 to 18% of the daily traffic. If you said 30 to 40%, I'm surprised by that number again. I would expect somewhere in the 15 to 20 or 25% here. Any ideas? No. What does Professor Google say? I told you can't use it. Yeah, if one of you could just look it up. No, so the temporal characteristics have a big impact on safety outcomes because you have higher volumes in the same space, and if people continue to operate the same way when the volumes are lower, there's much greater levels of friction when you have more vehicles, right, in the same space. When you have more friction, you have less room for error, less tolerance for error. So that's where time of the day, peak hours are very, very important. Day of the week, once again you have unequal distribution. So what did you find, Shashi? 6 to 10% in rural areas? Okay. In India, okay. That's surprising to me. Because I'm looking at my village where I live, and in front of my house is the main road that goes into the village. Our house is the last house before we have paddy fields. So I can see in the morning from about 7:30 a.m. till 9 a.m. a lot of vehicles going out, two-wheelers, cars. Then by about 3 o'clock, school children start coming back, and between 4 is early, 5 and 7, a lot of people. But the rest of the day, the traffic is much milder. So I'm kind of surprised it's only 8%.
I think it's around 10 to 12.
10 to 12. Okay. You asked the wrong Professor Google. Urban? Okay. Anyway, you get the picture. I want you to realize that there are fluctuations, and you'll see some examples of how it affects the outcomes, safety outcomes. Weekdays and weekends, and in the Western world, traffic patterns are very different. You have 5-day work weeks, Monday through Friday. Saturday, Sundays are holidays for most offices, schools, colleges, and so on. Retail businesses obviously will be open on the weekends, including Sundays in many places. Spatial characteristics, another way to look at the resolution, how fine grained. Are you looking at a specific junction or intersection? Are you looking at a particular spot on a highway, a milepost or kilometer post? Are you looking for a segment of the roadway from this junction to this junction? Are you looking for a corridor? Now it's just not the roadway, but maybe 1 kilometer on each side or 5 kilometers on each side. I don't know, it depends upon the purpose. What is it that you're looking for? If it is an expressway I'm looking for, I would probably go for a wider corridor, because the expressway serves a certain high speed, high volume, limited access. But there are people who may use the frontage roads or other roads that feed into it. So I'm more interested in the safety characteristics of the corridor as a whole. So is there anybody who has used any GIS tool, Geographic Information System software? Okay, I have 1, 2, 3. So I presume you know how to do a buffer around a line segment or a point. It is possible. All right. So then area could be, okay, is it a village? Is it a panchayat? Is it a taluk? Is it a district? Is it a state? Is it a collection of states? Is it for the country as a whole? So on. So there are different levels of spatial aggregate. But same way, temporal characteristics with the ITS, Intelligent Transportation Systems, the connected vehicle technologies, you are talking about fractions of seconds, milliseconds to 1/10 of a second. And that's the granularity we need if we want to use that data to avoid crashes, for example.
Sir, we can use Google API to like collect this type of data, like even the Google support it.
Okay, so but what resolution are you what are you doing with the Google API? Where are you feeding? Where are you getting the source data to get it filtered by these levels?
Sir, actually, it depends on actually how we have divided actually vehicle types, sir. Based on vehicle type, we integrate data. Suppose I want needed 5-minute data every interval for 1 hour. Such type of data can be like we can figure out from that.
No,
because
are you talking about temporal? Are you talking about temporal over time or over space?
Sir, temporal we can.
Okay, so you can say, but you have to have a sensor or some source. What is the source that you, API is a code you're writing to extract data from some source. So what is the source is my question.
Sir, actually I have work on this. Actually, my one is based on, sir, actually collecting the time taken by the vehicle. Suppose
you're looking at vehicle
section, yes, sir.
Yeah,
particular
now
section.
I get it. You're using the vehicle itself as a sensor.
Yes, sir. I can say that.
Yeah, doable.
I can get the live time, the travel time, as well as the durations of time taken for a particular section for normal days. Even I can figure out the events like religious festival as well as the holidays and some particular exceptional holidays.
Yes.
Like suppose there is a new year, there may be a peak hour might be, but in religious festival there is a huge peak hours we have actually seen.
So you're talking about special events and what might be traffic patterns, and what you're talking about is slightly different. I'll get to that later. If I don't get to that, let me know. Okay. But the point is, you what Daniel, right? That Daniel just said is using vehicles as probes or sensors, and you can characterize them by vehicle category, vehicle class, and get time, location, speed, acceleration, or time taken to travel a segment. And we can break it down by time of the day, day of the week, special event versus normal day, so on and so forth. Absolutely. And there too, the granularity, what I'm getting at here is, do you want it in 5-minute intervals? Do you want it per minute? Do you want it per 15-minute intervals? Do you want it per hour, per day, so on? Different purposes, you need it at different levels of resolution. If I'm looking at the long-term traffic safety, maybe all I need is by day of the week or month of the year for 10 years or so. But if I am looking at trying to find hot spots based upon travel patterns, I may need it by 5-minute intervals or 15-minute intervals. So, the end use determines what it is, or the flip side is the granularity of the data will affect what types of analysis you can do. The other part is you may get some data at 5-minute intervals, you may get some other data on 1 hour intervals, yet other data on monthly intervals. How do you stitch them together? How do you integrate them together? We will see a little bit of that later in this course. So, what I am going to do, I am going to go fairly quickly over the next 12 or 13 slides. An example that one of my students, I want to give credit to, Khandakar Arif in Islam, who is a PhD student working with me. This is part of the work he and I have been doing. So, it is a comparative evaluation of urban and rural road safety in Nevada. Nevada is a state that we live in, just like Assam is a state here. So, the data source is from the Nevada DOT, which is our state transportation agency for the years 2015 to 2021. 2021 was partial, not complete data. So, you will see some anomalies, potential anomalies. What we are looking at are crash outcomes by severity, and specifically we define it on what is called a KABCO scale, KABCO. Is there anybody who is familiar with the KABCO scale? Anybody online familiar with the KABCO?
No, sir.
Okay. It is used in the United States and many parts of the world, something similar, not exactly the same. Any crash that has at least one person killed is called, categorized as a K-type crash, killed, K for killed. A is serious, life-changing, incapacitating injury. So, if there is at least one person who had incapacitating injury, that crash is coded as a A-type crash. If it is a moderate injury, not life changing, not incapacitating, that is coded as B. C is a possible or minor injury. O is property damage only, 2 vehicles collided, maybe there was some paint damage, bumper got messed up, so on, but nobody was hurt. So, that is called the KABCO scale, and I will be using it periodically during the next 3.5 days. So, we looked at crash data coded by this. So, a K-type crash could have 1 or more K fatalities, but if there were more people involved, some could have A, some could have B. Maybe you had 5 people in the vehicle, 1 was killed, 2 had A-type injury, and 1 had B-type injury, and 1 had no injury. Okay. But it is coded as a K-type crash because there was at least 1 person killed. And in the data that you will work with this afternoon, you will see I have about 300 crashes, and for each crash I have data about people involved, number of vehicles involved, and you will work on that. But right now let me show you how we use these data. First thing is looking at the distribution of population and crashes. In Nevada, 6% of the population is rural, 94% is urban. But when I look at crashes, all crashes, 7% are rural on rural roads, 93% in urban roads. Does anybody have any comment on this? Look at the numbers at the bottom. About 20,000 crashes. Hey, there are 2 of you trying to speak. Tushar, I am going to have you go.
Overspeeding, sir. Due to overspeeding.
Due to overspeeding?
The
Okay.
crashes happen.
Okay. Verma, you were about to speak, or you have your microphone on? Okay, if you turn off your microphone.
I think, yeah, I think might be speed would be high. So in even rural proportion is less, but fatality rate is high.
Yeah, okay.
So,
I am not asking about causes. I am just asking you to compare the numbers. That is all. Somebody else had their hand up. SS Shekhar.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now? Good
Yes.
morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. So I was curious regarding the question that Daniel asked. Actually, like he was mentioning about temporal data, right?
Yes.
If I can.
Could we?
So I am curious, like.
Shaker, I'm going to
in the
ask
previous
you,
slide.
Shaker, please pause, and I'm going to ask you to hold that question till later, because that is not related. I don't see it related to the question I asked about the slide I have up. We'll get
Sure.
to that
Thank
later.
you. Okay, sir. Okay.
So seemingly it seems to be proportionate. 6% population, 7% crashes. 94% population, 93% crashes. Overall that seems to be okay, but if I look at the numbers, it is about 20,000 versus 2,76,000. But now if I were to look at injuries versus fatalities as outcomes, rural areas account for just 5% of the injuries, urban areas for 95%. Once again that seems proportional, 6%. But if I look at fatalities, 27% of the fatalities over the study period took place in rural areas. A few of you commented maybe higher speeds in rural areas. I am not getting into causal factors, I am just showing you how we can slice and dice data by spatial characteristics. So there seems to be something disproportionate. You only have 6% of the population, but 25%, 26% of the fatalities. It's not that people who live there who are involved in the crashes. Many times you have roads that go through rural areas and people are driving through that. So the other analysis we are working on are based upon the address of the person involved in the crash. Were they rural versus urban, and how far away from their place of residence as noted on the driver's license did the crash occur. So the next several slides, on the x axis is years. Y axis you will see two ways. One will be number of crashes, the other will be percent of crashes. The number what I just showed you, the previous slides was aggregated for the 6-year period, now here for each year. So you can see that the rural crashes are 6-8%, urban crashes are 100 minus that number. No 4 people in a row, you have to be 3 or less in a row. So those who came last, those who came last cannot sit with in a row where there are 3 people already. You can join a row where there are 2 or 1 person. Thank you for your cooperation. So here you see the percent injured. The previous one was fatal, where you see rural areas account for 6 to 7%, and if I look at fatalities, what I summarized on the previous slide for all years, you are seeing rural areas accounting for more than 25% of the fatalities, less than 30%. Monthly, if I were to look at crashes, yes sir?
Is it because the medical facilities are less near the rural areas?
It could be, it could be. We haven't dissected it that way. That is a possible explanation. Yes, emergency response is lower. The speeds on rural roadways are much higher, posted speed limits and operating speed limits, operating speeds, I shouldn't say speed limits. And in rural areas we tend to also have more occupants per vehicle than in urban areas. Urban areas you may have more people, rural areas people are going on holiday or think they travel with families or friends. Urban areas it's just 1 or 2 people in a vehicle. Now similar to the peak hour volume that I asked you for, we have 12 months of the year. So if every month had the same distribution, it would be 100 divided by 12, 8.5%, right. But what are we seeing here is if I look at percent fatal crashes, it is not constant. What we see here is in the summer months you have a higher proportion. Let us just focus on the blue, which is rural, orange is 100 minus the blue. So what we see is in rural areas there is a spike in the percent of fatal crashes. They account for a higher proportion of fatal crashes in the summer months. And once again, we haven't looked at the exact details why. It likely is people are having more time away from school, college, holiday, vacation, they are traveling, and when they travel they are traveling longer distances on road. That is one plausible explanation. The vehicle miles of travel in these months are usually higher than in the other months, so there is a greater exposure. So if I were to look at the total number of percent of fatal crashes again by the month, you are looking at much lower in January through June, and it peaks in the summer months, goes down in rural areas. However, in urban areas the numbers are much higher. So these are the total numbers that we are talking about. Now I want to look at the severity of the outcomes, where how many people are killed per crash. 1.0 means that one fatal crash resulted in one fatality. If you have more people killed, that means that's a more serious crash. So for the most part we are seeing the numbers in rural areas are greater. The blue bars are higher than the orange bars, which means if you have a fatal crash in a rural areas, you are likely to have more people killed per crash. And that again comes back to your question about, okay, do we not have good emergency response, the road, something different about the roadway design, lighting, and we can then break this down by day versus night. Okay. Now by day of the week. So on the x-axis you have the 7 days. If the crashes were evenly distributed, 100 divided by 7 is approximately 14 or 15%. So you would expect everything even. But what we are seeing is the blue bars are for rural areas. You can see Saturday, Sunday, and a little bit on the Monday is higher than Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. In urban areas, Friday is the peak. Weekend, yeah, I told you we have 5-day working week there, Monday through Friday. Maybe Friday evening people are traveling more. But from other work that we have done, we also have Friday evening people get off work, finish college or whatever it is. There's a higher incidence of going to a restaurant, having an alcoholic beverage, and so on. So if you look at the proportion of crashes that involve driving under the influence, Friday evenings, Friday nights are likely to be high. Most of this is common sense, but what we are trying to do is use data to impress upon people that you may have an intuition this is it, but here are the facts. So what can you do about it? So day of the week fatal crashes, the numbers here. Total will add up to 100%. What we are seeing is in urban areas we have a much higher proportion of the crashes than rural areas. Weekly fatalities, again per crash. In urban areas you seeing the numbers much closer to 1. In rural areas it is much, when I say much higher, 1.1, 1.15, 1.2, ranging close to that. Now I can combine a lot of these. So the next two charts are a little busy. I'll try to go over them. So this is for rural areas, the title. The next slide, the only difference is the title chart will say urban areas. On the x-axis we have 24 hours of the day. Starting from 0 is midnight, 24 is midnight. So 6 here means 6 a.m., 18 means 6 p.m. On the y-axis we have the years from 2015 through 2021, and the second x-axis is for the color pattern. Here's the number of crashes. Blue is low, 0 to 25, dark red is 225 to 250. So if I were to ask you when do we have which hour do we have the highest number of crashes, that would be the dark red pattern. And in rural areas we can see it's regardless of the year, it seems to be between 15 and 18, that is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and regardless of the year. 2020 is an anomaly, that's the COVID year, just keep that in mind. And there too what we are finding is 2015 had it slightly earlier, 2018 later, but for the most part it is out here. 2020, 2021 the traffic patterns are different just because the COVID and immediate post-COVID effects. Then the next highest is the morning peak. So this goes back to, remember I was asking what percent of traffic in the morning peak versus evening peak. So if the peak hour accounts for 10% of the traffic, the peak 2 or 3 hours in the evening will account for about 25% of the traffic. Morning maybe another 10 to 20%. So in these 5 hours we have about close to 40 or 50% of the traffic, nearly half the daily traffic in 4 or 5 hours. And if I look at the crash pattern, that clearly kind of correlates. I don't want to say it's the causality, but there is a correlation if you overlap. If I were to do this for the urban area, so note what we had was the afternoon peak and a little morning peak, and midnight hours, early morning hours, they are very, very, very light. And again, traffic volumes during those times. If I were to go back to what Daniel said, I can get traffic volumes by that, the traffic times, travel speeds. Even if the speeds were higher, the volumes are going to be much lower at that time. Urban areas, and I'm not sure why we have such a light thing. In urban areas there's very, very light traffic in the late night hours from about 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Rural areas we have more traffic because maybe people are driving longer distances, intercity. But the pattern here is so clear, especially between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. In the US, as I told you, we have a 5-day work week. Usually it is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. is a work day. People are finishing work, leaving at 5 p.m. So 5 to 6 you can see this, that's the dark red. And then you have some variations going back to 3 p.m. on. Some people have staggered work hours, so on. So it's no surprise. The other reason I wanted to show you these two charts is how do you communicate this. If you are meeting with the district collector or the police chief for the district, or that person doesn't have 1 hour for you to go, sir, this is what we did, this is what we did. They want to know what did you find. Okay. Then if they have more questions, they'll ask. Here are two charts that tell you when do you have the highest problems. So they can do, what do they do? Action, okay, we want more police officers at this time of the day. We can then correlate it with space. Where do you have it, what area, in town or in the district or in the state. Questions? The other is types of crashes. Tea is ready already for 10:30. Thank you. Now we'll wait till 11. I told you I'll go to 11. And I know I'm not allowed to bring tea into this auditorium. No, so Daniel, deal for you. I'll go drink chai. The next 5 slides you lead the discussion. I'm just joking. Don't take me too seriously, people. So here are the types of crashes. There are marked differences between rural and urban. In rural, it's non-collision and usually single vehicle. Long stretches with no traffic, nothing, so the vehicle runs off the roadway. It's a common crash. Whereas in urban areas, we see more collision, angle collision or rear end. Rear end is usually at traffic signals, angle at intersections. So about 70%, nearly 3/4 of the crashes in urban areas are due to rear end or angle collisions, whereas 2/3, 63% in rural areas are single vehicles just running off the road. So you can do a lot of these analysis, combine space and time. The other interesting thing is number of vehicles involved in the collision. The blue bars again are rural, orange bars are urban. What percent of the fatalities? In rural areas you can see nearly 60% of the fatalities have just one vehicle involved. In urban areas it is 50%, and there is a statistical difference. Whereas if you look at number of vehicles involved, in urban areas you are likely to have more of 2 vehicle, 3 vehicle, and just as we said, angle collision or rear end collision means you must have more than one vehicle. And so when you have single vehicle fatalities, what are the causes? I apologize for the typo, it should say vehicles, not VEC, it should be vehicle, VEHICLE, I have an extra C there. Percent of fatalities going straight, so in rural areas or urban areas, so versus others, that is going through a turn maneuver or so. What is the action? Now how do we identify risky behaviors? These are what are risky behaviors. Examples include high speeds. When you are driving at high speeds for the same distance you need shorter amount of time, and your reaction time, the distance you travel during that, especially if you are driving under the influence, your reaction times are longer, so you have much greater distances that you travel. Distracted driving, wrong way driving. I see a lot of that in India, especially when I go away from, even in the cities I can see on the roads people are just driving in the opposite direction, and they look at you or as though you are doing something wrong if you are not giving them way. So, vulnerable road users, we touched upon that yesterday. These are people who are less protected by a vehicle around them, and so if they were involved in a crash or collision, they are likely to sustain much higher levels of injuries or fatalities. Who are they? Pedestrians, bicyclists. We have a lot of wheelchair users in urbanized areas in the US. Motorcyclists too, to a great extent, because they don't have a shell around them. And there are things that we talked about yesterday at the bottom. Not appropriate pedestrian facilities or bicycle facilities, or signage marking time at a traffic signal to cross the street. And there are many engineering countermeasures that we can do, and I am not going to dwell on that. Dr. Maurya showed some yesterday. In India, what I found are two-wheelers account for 42% or 2 out of 5 or 4 out of 10 fatalities. The common risk factors are varied. Basically, sometimes it is just the person in the two-wheeler was not obeying the rules of the road. They were trying to squeeze between vehicles, but in many other cases they are less visible to the large vehicles, and if a large vehicle strikes them, they are in poor shape. Commercial vehicles are a huge issue. Years ago we had much smaller lorries, trucks in India. Now I see huge trucks and lorries. They have far bigger needs for the space that they occupy, physical space. Their speeds, speed profiles, acceleration, deceleration profiles are far inferior to other motorized vehicles. If you look at the weight to horsepower ratio, how much weight are they pulling versus the horsepower of the engine, that is much lower for these vehicles. But likewise, from a geometry, they have much bigger blind spots. So there are areas around the large vehicle where the driver of the vehicle is not able to see the surroundings. And in India, I see it so common that there are road users who are so close to these large vehicles. The road user says, oh, I can see the lorry or truck. The truck driver must be able to see. No. And that is what leads to a lot of things. And when a truck is turning left or right, they need, their turn radius is much greater. And you have two-wheelers who are trying to go by the truck, not realizing it. And the other big problem is not just with that. I can't tell you how many times I have seen the truck drivers have their headlights on, but they have no other lights that are working. So even if they put their turn signal, there is nothing to indicate people behind them that they are trying to turn right or they are trying to turn left. So that is where the inspections and roadworthiness of the vehicles come into it. Licensing and registration. We had an example yesterday, somebody has a license without even being able to drive a vehicle. Right? We need to have much stringent standards. Inspections for safety compliance, the brakes work, the lights work, and here I see less of this, but across the developed nations there are regulations, especially when you have large vehicles, trucks. You have reflective on the sides. I see more of that in India. You have lights there too. So people realize around them, especially those coming in the perpendicular direction, that this is a large vehicle. So these are things for inspection. And I know, I told you I have two local taxi drivers in the village where I live. And one time when we called one of them, he said, no sir, I cannot come. My vehicle is in shop right now, repair shop, because next week I have inspection. I'm trying to get everything in tip-top shape. And so 2 or 3 days there. The rest of the year he doesn't care how it is. Okay, the gaadi chalti hai, chala do. Doesn't matter. But the thing should be, now we should have the law enforcement, police should be able to pull over a motorist if they don't have functioning lights. In the US we have a lot of commercial vehicle inspections. That is, police stop commercial vehicles and inspect them, everything from the driver's license to how many hours have you been driving. Fatigue driving for commercial drivers is a big challenge. And they are required to maintain logs of when they start, and then they look at, okay, where did you get diesel last? Okay, it was now you drove 300 kilometers in 2 hours, and you said you were only going at 100 kilometers an hour. That doesn't add up. So there are checks and things. I don't see that. I'm not aware of such programs in India, but to improve safety, this is the licensing and the inspection and the law enforcement that needs to. Oops, sorry, wrong button. Digitizing records for effective monitoring. As I said, Dr. Bharadwaj told me that there is increased linking of vehicle registration, driver's licenses, so that's a good move. And the new legislation, I think this is due to the Motor Vehicles Act of 2019 and its follow-up activities. What I wanted to focus on just for a couple of minutes is the last one. What are the safety implications? When somebody talked about EVs yesterday, and I said I will talk more about it. What are the safety implications of the vehicle scrapping program? I'm getting close to 11 o'clock, so I'm not going to give you the 30 seconds. Anybody want to say what might be possible safety implications? Anybody online? Please raise your hand and I'll call you. Nobody online. Anybody here? No. Okay, so let me give you a few examples. Older vehicles, 15-year-old vehicles, don't have the vehicle technologies that a 1-year-old or 2-year-old vehicles, whether it is anti-lock brake systems, lane keep assistance, collision avoidance. So if we can get rid of the older vehicles, right there with the embedded safety features in these vehicles, you have better engineered vehicles. How the operator uses it is different. I know people who disable the lane keep assist because, oh, it keeps bothering me. Well, you're supposed to stay in your lane. That's why it bothers you, because you're not maintaining your lane. So those are some of the safety implications. So with the EVs are newer, so they come with newer technologies. So they have some of these built-in capabilities. It's not just the very expensive vehicles, so that's where the government legislation and regulations come into play, saying that these are the minimum capabilities that if you're selling a new vehicle, you must have such and such. So I'm looking at, I'll go through a few more slides. I'm not fully done, but I'll pick it up after this. But here the repeat offenders or violators are those who run afoul of the law for whatever reason. In the United States, that we see many categories. One is people who have total disregard for law. Doesn't matter. Others are those who are persistently late. I need to get in, and we have many jobs that require you to clock in by a certain time, otherwise you get penalized. And there are others who think, oh, I have a big car or thing, I can do what I want. I see more of that in India. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong at any time during my conversations with you. So what are the interventions program? We could have education, we could have license suspension or revocation, we could work with insurance companies so that if you have repeat violations, your insurance premium goes up. I believe India requires every owner of a registered vehicle to have a minimum insurance. So more violations you have, more you pay for your premium. So here's an example. It's a very sad example, and I don't want to name the individual because I don't want to give that person any recognition of it. So we call that individual X. On January 29th, 2022 to be precise, the individual was driving 100 miles an hour on a roadway that was posted at 35 miles an hour. Urban roadway, multi-lane urban roadway. It is a major arterial. The person ran a red traffic signal, collided with one minivan and then subsequently other vehicles. The minivan had 7 people. All 7 in the minivan died. It was a family. And then this person, the driver who ran the red light, had given a lift to somebody else who wanted to go there. That poor individual also got killed, and the driver himself got killed. Could this have been prevented? Absolutely. So there are lots and lots of figures that you can. Within the last 2 years, this driver had 5 challans for speeding, and not just minor speeding. Similarly, in 35 and 45 mile an hour zone, driving at 30 or 40 miles an hour higher. Pardon me for using miles per hour. So it's not a minor infraction. In a 35 mile an hour zone, driving at 60 miles an hour. Only one was written up and taken to court, and he paid a fine of X dollars and said, okay, I won't do this again. And we have their police officers wear cameras on their body that record their interactions with the motorists. And there is one video of a police officer interacting with this driver, and the driver saying, I'm late for work, so I need to go. And the police officer saying, do you realize you're driving fast? He said, yes, I realize, but I need to get to work. And the police officer saying, okay, will you do this again? No, I won't do this again. Okay, chale jao. So the person had 5 violations in 4 different jurisdictions. One was in city A, another was city B, another was city C, the other one was in the state police. So they did not have records. So the police officer in each of these jurisdictions, when they pulled up this motorist, did not know that the individual was pulled up for a speed violation by somebody else. So that's what we'll learn more about in linking data. And he was also previously cited for driving on a suspended door. Here are, I'm going to break now. It's 2 minutes to 11. I've got about 10 slides that relate to this crash and some of the gaps, and then I will pick up the next lecture 4 after the break. How long do we want to have the break? 15 minutes. Can we reconvene at 11:15 a.m.? Those online, does anybody online have a problem restarting at 11:15?
No issue, sir. We'll join definitely.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So 15-minute break. We'll join at 17-minute break. We'll join at 11:15. Hey, welcome back. Those of you online, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the confirmation. It's 11:15 a.m. I said I'll get started at 11:15 and I am going to start at 11:15. So welcome back. What I wanted to do over the next few slides, I believe I have about 12-13 slides to go, is try to make one more connection. We talked about engineering, enforcement, identifying repeat violators, but what do we need to do to bring about a behavioral change? So this is where the examples I used about the lawyers and the judges, and building upon this particular example, bad example of bad behavior that I showed you right before we went for the break, where there was one driver who had multiple infractions, but who got away each time without any serious ramification, except one of those times the person paid a monetary fine and then got away. So the concerns that we have in the state include revealed many gaps between communications or data sharing between agencies. Different police agencies did not talk to each other or did not communicate data, exchange data with each other. Then even when a person got this challan, this violation notice, the person was able to go to a court and tell the judge, I won't repeat the violation or whatever that, and got a monetary penalty, but that was not, but continued to repeat it. The moral of that is maybe the monetary penalty was not substantial enough to make a difference in the person's behavior. So the picture in the left is from that particular crash. That was the red vehicle, that was red color, is driven by the motorist. The second one is in a court, and there was very little tracking of this individual's record. And like in India, in the US, you get a driver's license from each state. If you live in Assam and you have your vehicle here, you register it here, you get your driver's license here. Doesn't mean you cannot operate it in other states, right? But when somebody moves from one state to another, they're typically there, you're required to get a new driver's license that is from that particular state. But there's no communication from the previous state saying that, hey, this person had a good record, a decent record, not too bad record, or the person had lots of violations. So it's just, oh, you go, you transfer your license, that is about it. Speak up, please, use a microphone. And please identify yourself. I know you're Ishita, but people there.
So I'm Ishita Pragya. Sir, I have a question. If somebody is like going for a vacation and using some car, then what he will do for the license? He'll get new license in
No,
other.
no. When you are renting a car in the United States, you are allowed to use your driver's license across the country. If you're just going for a short, but if you move your residence, maybe you are living in Assam and you move to West Bengal for studies or for work, then if you own a motor vehicle, if it was registered in Assam, you have to now register it in West Bengal. Except in the US, there is an exemption for education. If you're just moving to study, you can keep your original state's driver's license and your original state's motor vehicle registration. But if you're moving there for work, you have to get these. There's a limit. I believe it is 90 days, within 90 days of relocating. Did I answer your question?
Sir.
Okay, thank you. So here, this is something to go back to what I mentioned yesterday. In Nevada, this is going back to 2022 data. There were 383 fatal crashes, which resulted in 416 fatalities. So approximately 1.1 persons killed per crash on average. There are crashes where you have more than 2 people killed. But there were 48, nearly 50,000 what we call traffic contacts. Police interacted with motorists because of crashes, not just challan, because there were crashes. So keep this number in mind, 400 average of these two, 400 fatal crashes or fatalities, order of magnitude, about 40,000 or 50,000 crashes or collisions, about 400,000 challans, citations. So do you see that? So for every fatal crash, you had many more, I mean for every fatality, you had, for 400 you had 40,000, right? So that's a factor of 100, 40,000 crashes. So for every 40,000 crashes, you likely will have one fatal crash. That's another way to look at it. But for the 40,000 crashes, we had 400,000 challans. That is, for every 10 challans that are issued, there was one crash. And the vast majority of these crashes were minor property damage. We'll see that in other data. The point is, if we are only going to go after those who have or who are involved in a fatal crash, we are missing opportunities to improve safety. Let's look at the data we have from the 400,000, 4 lakh citations. And for every citation, there is probably at least 100 or 1,000 near misses, somebody braking abruptly or swerving abruptly to avoid a crash. So when we look at new technologies, we'll see how we can get that data also. So now we are looking at 4 million such records. So even if it is a factor of 10, maybe more. Could it be 40 million? So then if we can get to those risky behaviors that early and come up with interventions, if it is an engineering problem, we need to fix that. But if this is a place where people are just speeding all the time, maybe we want more law enforcement, and we can try to guess who is traveling in that corridor, better education. So this is another way of looking at it. At the bottom row here, what I have is, for every fatal crash, there were 128 police interactions in crash reports. Or if I look at fatalities, because you have more fatalities, that is 117. For a measure of exposure, for one fatality, you had 1.5 million vehicle miles of travel. That's a lot of travel before we have fatality, which is good. But the vision is 0. We want to get to 0 fatalities or as close to 0 fatalities. And if I look at it per population, it is 13.09, which is high compared to the developed nations. Remember, we said 2.8, 3, 4, something in that order of magnitude for Western Europe, so on, and it was 28 for Africa and the less developed nations, Southeast Asia. So Nevada is not great at 13 per capita, but per capita is not necessarily a poor indicator, a good indicator, because we have a lot of interstate travel through Nevada. So it's not the people who are living in Nevada who are getting involved in these crashes. A lot of people are people who are just driving through, who are not residents. And we'll look at that later also, is how do you account for safety outcomes, measures of exposure. So the next couple of slides are very busy. The first slide is all crashes. Afterwards, I will just go to the K and A, killed and serious injury crashes. On this, I have the years from 2015 on the x-axis, 2015 to 2022 on the x-axis, and for each year we have one column for rural, one column for urban. Y-axis is a total of 100%. It's not the count, it is 100%. So if I were to look at it, the solid red bars, I'll go to the first bar in each, are the property damage only crashes. So in rural areas, you can see that it ranges from about 65% to 70%, coming down to about 60 to 63%. So it's somewhere between, let's say, 65%. That's property damage. However, in urban areas is the second set of bars. It's 50%, 54%, 56%, 50, 50, So it's closer to 50%. So in urban areas we have a lower proportion of crashes that lead to property damage. The next set of bar, so the numbers here within each bar are the actual counts, the number. So in rural areas it is 2,163, 2,300, 2,500, and coming down to 1,200 here. So the numbers have declined in terms of actual number. But in urban areas it's about 10 times as many. Instead of 2,000 it is 19,000, 18,000. Instead of 1,300 it is 16,000. So it's a factor of 10. If I were to look at the next is the C type crashes. So if I look at O plus C, it is about 80% across the board for rural. It drops here. Urban areas, what you see is a higher proportion of minor injury crashes compared to rural area. Then if I go to B type crashes, the percentages are somewhat similar but not quite, about 12% in rural areas and about 14-15% in urban areas. So that's not as dramatically different as we saw in other places. But the total numbers at the top of this chart are in each year how many crashes did we have. So you're looking at between 35,000 and a few years we had 48, 49,000, came down to 35,000 crashes in 2022. But on the next chart, I didn't talk about K and A on the previous one. I just wanted to zoom in here. For the K and A, something we saw the first part of this morning's lecture. In rural areas, you see the blue type is A type, blue bars are A type injury, red are K type. So percentage wise, it is about 70% of the K and A, between 65 and 75% of K and A crashes are A type crashes in rural areas. However, if I go to urban areas, that is much closer to 85%, 80 to 85%, which means the flip side is in rural areas you have a higher proportion, 25 to 30% are fatal crashes when I look at just K and A crashes, which was one of the earlier slides that I showed you. Any questions, comments? Now how does this relate to the court system? So I'm going outside of engineering. So this is the map of the state of Nevada. Map of the state of Nevada on the right side. Las Vegas is located here. Reno, Carson City are located here. This distance north south is about 700 kilometers. I'm trying to convert from miles to east west is about 500 kilometers roughly. Don't hold me to that order of magnitude. The whole state's population, okay, don't ask Google, don't search online. 30 seconds. What is the population of the state of Nevada? Based on all the data that you've seen, I've given you per capita crashes, so on and so forth. I've given you crashes. I'll give you 30 seconds to come up with an estimate of the population of the state of Nevada. Please don't look up any references. Talk to your neighbors. 30 seconds from now. Okay, time. Anybody in class in the room here want to venture a guess what is the population of the state of Nevada? Raise your hand and I'll call on you. 4 million? Anybody online? Ashwini? Speak up. I can't hear you, Ashwini. You're muted.
I think about 1 million.
1 million. Okay. Ishita, you said 30 lakh, that is 3 million. Anybody else? What makes you give me the numbers as 3 million, 5 million, 1 million and not 30 million? You are looking at these numbers here. Smart. Yeah, it's about 3.2 million. That's smaller than most small size cities in, yeah. Look at the area, and of that Las Vegas accounts for 2.3 million. Reno, Carson City accounts for about 500,000. You can see that in the populations, 2.3 million. This county has about 60,000. So it's very sparsely populated. So what I meant here, we have some major roadways that serve interstate. That's beyond the point. The reason I wanted to bring this up is we have 17 counties or districts in the state of Nevada, and that is divided into, we have multiple types of courts in Nevada. We have the Supreme Court for the state, we have district courts that are more at the district level, and then we have municipal courts. The municipal courts don't talk to each other, they don't communicate the case data. The municipal courts don't talk to the district courts, the district courts don't talk to each other. So there is a lot of disconnect, just as the example I showed you previously of that one driver who killed 9 people including the driver. So if I looked at this, of the 11 how the cases are, and I will analyze this. So the first column is the district. There are 11 districts. Which are the county? County is the district, name of the district. How many non-traffic cases they had versus how many traffic cases. So we don't have any courts that focus only on traffic cases. I believe that's similar here in India. Do you have any courts that are just for traffic violations? Occasionally I think you can see, oh, there's a day when all the challans will be handled, so on. But other than that, I don't know whether that's a fact, that there are some courts that will only handle traffic cases. So if I go to the next slide, looking at it per capita, per 100,000 people or per person, what do these numbers? So on the y-axis it is percentage, x-axis are the 11 districts, and the ratio that I have is what is the average for the whole state of Nevada. And if a particular court has a number that is 100%, that means its ratio is the same as the state average. If the number is greater than 100%, it means its load is greater than the state average. So we see there are 2 counties here, 2 districts where you have 440%, 390% and 200%, nearly 200% of the state average, whereas there are several others that are below the state average. So that means there is an imbalance in the caseload. Is that why some of the traffic violations are not being adjudicated, or the judges don't have enough time, there's too much workload, just chala do, chala do, chala do? And the individual bars here are non-traffic cases is the light blue, traffic cases is the pink, that's where I have highlighted. The traffic cases are very high, and the green is the average of traffic plus non-traffic cases. And we are using this to work with the judges, to work with the state legislature, to say, hey, here are certain districts that have a very high load. Can you allocate more resources? Somebody said online earlier today, allocate more funding for appropriate strategies. Here it is not a countermeasure or intervention per se, it is to adjudicate the cases. So the concerns, we have talked about this. We have repeat offenders, disconnects between courts and the various levels of courts and the attorneys. I said we have no special courts for traffic citations, and there is a public apathy. We believe there is public apathy. There's indifference. Oh, so what? Oh, I got a ticket for traveling 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. I paid the fine, or I talked to a lawyer, the lawyer got it reduced to a parking violation. If once again, now I'm talking about my personal values and philosophy. If an individual is willing to violate traffic laws, Is that an indicator of the likelihood that this person will violate other laws, other norms, cut corners? Why then as a society we are not asking better of ourselves and our neighbors? Many parts of the world, in Europe, in Australia, New Zealand, it is stigma, public stigma, if for you to have been pulled up in traffic court for driving under the influence or over speeding, so on and so forth. Why are we so blasé about, hey, chalta, it's okay? Only when there is a very serious injury or a fatality do people take it serious. Oh, it's not me. Just like the crashes we talked about, 40, 43, 44,000, like a jetliner crashing versus crashes, 100 crashes occurring across the state. Oh, it's not in my neighborhood. Usually if there's a crash or fatality somewhere in your neighborhood, you will see hundreds of people standing there and looking at what happened. But then after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, everybody disperses. But if it hits your family or friend, then why this public apathy? So that's my personal spiel. And linking driver's licenses with motor vehicle registration with insurance. We need to do a better job of tying these three together. So if there are issues with one, chances are there are issues with the other. And how can we tie these three together along with challans and other violations to improve road safety? So the data, we'll get into that, transition into that in the next lecture to lead into that. We can look at legacy. What I say legacy is what we have had for years and years, and recent and emerging and new technologies. How to collect data of various sorts, how to analyze data. We talked about GIS as an example, geospatial analysis. How to use statistics appropriately to make inferences. Is this statistically significant? Are Friday evenings from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. the increased rate of fatalities or major crashes significantly different than 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. on other days of the week or in a certain location? Because if you are challenged in a court of law or elsewhere, you can come up with and say, hey, this is defensible. So this is a very busy slide. You will get a table that looks somewhat like this afternoon for crash data from the state of Nevada. There are many, many, many fields. We'll explore that this afternoon. Okay. But this is just crash data. How about tying it? So this is just in Las Vegas. So many crashes in the metro area. It doesn't make sense to look at it over 5 years or 6 years, 2015. We have to drill it down to specifics. So the next slide gives you an example of one work that I'm doing with a graduate master's student, Sushma Koneti. She is looking at safety at signalized intersections where we have to make left turns, which is similar to right turns in India. And we have different signal controls. Protected left turn arrow means you can make a left turn, no other conflicts with pedestrians or with other modes. A permissive is either flashing yellow. Do you have flashing yellows here? I haven't seen in India. You do? Yeah, which means you yield to oncoming traffic or give way to pedestrians who may have conflicts with your movement. Or it's a flashing yellow, or it could be a solid green. And the question we are asking, the hypothesis is that the safety outcomes for pedestrians or other motorists is the same at signalized intersections with permissive green, which is flashing yellow or solid green, as with protected. The alternate hypothesis is that it is not the same. So to do that, we identified 119 intersections in the Las Vegas area. We have more that are signalized. And there are different cities you can see here in the Las Vegas metro area. This is Air Force Base. The yellow is the city of North Las Vegas. Pink is the city of Las Vegas. Down here is the city of Henderson. And here the rest of it is just the county. There's no city, there's no town. It is under the district administration. So we tried to pick intersections that are in all of these. and what the dots show are the fatal and A-type crashes. So the left one is just a frequency count, but if you do it as a heat map, so this is some of the GIS capabilities. Once again, if you are meeting with an elected official or a police officer, police commissioner, to say, hey, here are where the prevalence is. And we are going to go into more greater details, but just to show you visualization. They don't want to look at a spreadsheet or anything, just show us where the problems are, what are the magnitude of the problems, so that we can work to improve it. So this is an example of some communication tools that we can use. Here's another example. What we were looking at is specifically with regard to pedestrians. A lot of people use motor vehicles, usually four-wheelers in the Las Vegas Valley. Motorcycle is much lower, and bicycle is even lower, and transit usage, public transit buses account for a very small portion, 2-3% at best of daily trips. But we had more than 100 people, pedestrians, killed on the roadways in the Las Vegas metro area last year in 2024. That's a large number. In the state, we had a total of 409 fatalities, of which 109 were pedestrians in Las Vegas. That's 25% or more. Where do pedestrians interact with traffic most? Pedestrians are not going to walk long distances there. So they're walking to or from a bus stop. So the approach we are using is, for every signalized intersection that I showed you on the previous slide, we are identifying where are the bus stops. There were 4 bus stops, so the bus is going north-south and east-west. So that is north-south, that is east-west. So there are 4 bus stops that are proximate to this signalized intersection. So what we are going to do is, this one was a 500 feet buffer from the center line of the intersection. Say people will walk 500 feet to go. So if you're looking at an average walking speed of about 3 feet per second, so in 1 minute you're looking at 3 to 3.5 feet per second, 180 to 200 feet per minute. So 500 feet is 3 minutes, maybe 1000 feet is 6 minutes, 8 minutes, something in that order. So just as an illustration of the method, we have looked at these bus stops. One is a 500-foot buffer. The next thing what we are going to do is look at the farthest bus stop. And for every bus stop, we have data on how many people got on the bus, how many people got off the bus, by day, by time of the day. So that's the temporal and spatial. Now, these are people who are likely to be using the roads and crossing. That gives us a sense of what is the activity. We know 109 fatalities, but how many in this? So the red dots here are fatal crashes, crashes that no, these are pedestrian crashes, not fatal. The red dots indicate where we had pedestrian crashes. Now within the buffer, we can see how many fatal, how many major injury crashes, tied to how many pedestrians, or how many people got on buses, got off buses. So it's just not a frequency count. We are trying to come up with a measure of exposure. Getting pedestrian exposure data is very difficult. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get to the metrics, I think, in day 3 of this thing, but I wanted to alert you to a method that we could use. Another tool, and this too is just very brief. This is from a company called Streetlight, and they have a software called Insight. We are able to get traffic volumes for each approach. So this is one intersection. At the intersection, how many are going through, how many turning left, how many turning right for each approach. This is very difficult to get from traditional data sources. What are they using? They are using tools such as mobile phones to figure out trajectories of vehicles. We'll see more of that later. That is also for getting measures of exposure. It's just not number of crashes. If I'm interested in crashes, pedestrian volumes interacting with turning vehicle volumes, that cross product is what is a measure of the risk. Right? So how do we get that? So that's one more of the emerging tools. We'll get into that later. Here are some questions for you to ponder about. We'll take this later. I want to move to the next. What time are we going to break for lunch? 1 o'clock? No, you.
So I have a class like
At 12:30, yeah, you have 12:30 to 1, yeah. So I have until 12:30.
We can take a little bit more of this.
No, I think I should be okay with that. Once again, buckle up, folks. If you are in a motor vehicle, every trip from start to end, every position in the vehicle. Okay, so transitioning. Does anybody want a 1-minute break? Yes? Okay, everybody stand up. We'll do some yoga. Up, up, up. Okay. Just count 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, please. Start from the back. Ah. Okay. Those on screen you can count mentally, okay. Here now a 1 cannot sit next to a 2, okay, and if you are sitting next to a 1 you cannot sit next to that 1. So, change seats. 1 cannot sit next to a 2, and if you are sitting next to a 1 you cannot sit next to the same 1, or if you are sitting next to a 2 you cannot. I am getting you to move. Come on, move, mingle. No, 1 हो सकते हैं, लेकिन not the old 1. With a new 1 you can sit, not with your old 1. 2 or 2 2 or 2 is okay. 1 and 1, the old 1 and 1 is not okay. This way you get to make new friends. अरे भाई जरा देख के चलो, आगे भी नहीं पीछे भी. आजा भाई आजा. Ritesh, you cannot leave. Yeah, I thought I scared you. All right, so we had an exercise in the class. I don't know if those of you are online, so I just got them to get up and move and sit with somebody with whom they were not previously seated. Shall we get started? All right, so here are some of the objectives, introduction, what are we going to do? Basically looking at data and how we can use data to help improve safety. How might we aggregate, integrate, link, centralize data? So, looking at crash reports, I am talking with the United States as a context. There is a crash reporting. We will get into details of each crash report in the tutorial. I will show you what data are captured in each crash report. But at a national level, there is a representative sample of crash reports. It is not every crash, but a subset from a statistically there is a sample design, experiment design to figure out what would be the appropriate number of samples based on geography, types of roads, rural, urban, so on and so forth, freeways. The CRSS then ties together data from all types of motor vehicle crashes, pedestrians, bicyclists, motorcyclists, four-wheelers, commercial vehicles and the like. And then these also serve to say for a check and balance when each state reports their crash data, how does that compare? Oh, one state is reporting 90% rural crashes and 10% urban crashes. Another state say 60-40. Does that make sense? But then we need to compare with what is the extent of rural road network, urban road network, rural population, urban population, so on and so forth. This is just to get a sense for what is it across the nation, how does that compare regionally. And then this is what is used to look at not just historical patterns, are there changes in patterns. So, think about a state is okay, we had 400 crashes last year, 400 crashes, 400 fatalities, 390 fatalities, 401 fatalities, 348 fatalities, 280 fatalities. So, the state is the number. So, as long as it is around 400, it is somewhat stable, right? We can look at a tolerance. But what we are interested in is also a change of state. Oh, you had 400, 380, 390, 410, all of a sudden you went to 250. So, that the change of state is significant, good or bad. Maybe from 400 you went to 500. It could be all crashes, it could be a particular type of crash. So, what we are interested from a data analysis perspective is at a local level, at a regional level, at a national level, what are the trends? What is the magnitude of the problem? What are the changes in the magnitude of the problem? Because that could be an indicator of certain other underlying causes and how might we try to address those causes. Then we have the driver's motor vehicle records. In the United States it is called the DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles, or there are some states may have minor variations to this, and there is an organization that is a collection of all these DMV offices across the country. They maintain, based upon the driver's license number, record of the driving history, how many violations, what types of violations, when and where, so on. But that is a well guarded secret within that agency. They may use that to say, okay, you got so many demerits or penalty points, so we are going to suspend your license or give you a limited privilege. You can drive only within a certain distance, or you can drive only to your work and back. Because in the United States, if you take away the driving license, that's almost sending you to prison because you can't go anywhere. There's very little public transport options available. They also share that with the insurance companies. So, that's one. The insurance companies have excellent data. Unfortunately, because of their competitive business models, they don't share that with others. And there is a national driver registry, more so for commercial drivers, truck and bus drivers. We have a separate type of license called CDL, Commercial Driver's License, which you need to have if you are to operate, if you are to be licensed to operate a heavy vehicle like a truck, a lorry or a bus above a certain weight class. What I have seen in India, particularly in the rural areas, is you may have a driver who may or may not have a license, and in local parlance we have a kili. A kili is a cleaner, helps the driver and rides in the truck, so on. So, those of you who speak Tamil or Malayalam can relate to that. Kili. Kili could also mean a bird. Okay. But the kili then helps the driver. He starts driving the lorry on short assignments, maybe park it, maybe, and graduates to driving. Did that person have formal education or training driving? And they probably operate the lorries on the roads without having this formal license. We need to tie down, clamp down on that significantly in India if we are to make a big difference there. So, but in the United States there is a national registry, and if there are repeat violators of these CDL privileges, that is something that is shared across the country. What is interesting is we have a criminal database that is far better of offenders who have sexual violence or sexual assault or other major bodily harm that they have caused. So these are called felonies in the US, major, and others are misdemeanor or minor violations. Okay. So there's a very good example for us to model, but why are we not doing that in the traffic safety domain? And examples include revoked licenses, saying that, oh, you got too many penalties, so we are taking away your license. You have to go through the whole process to get your license again. A suspended license means that, okay, for a certain period of time, 3 months or 6 months or a year, your license is suspended. You cannot legally operate a motor vehicle, but after that it is reinstated without any other formal process. Cancelled, okay, taken away forever. Denied is during the licensing process or renewal of license process. For whatever reason, the driver's license licensing officer inspector says you're not qualified to drive, so you're denied a license. Why can't we share this? Because if I'm denied a license in state A, I just go to the state B and say, okay, I want to get my license there. What makes me qualified to drive if I failed it in state A versus failed in state B? Unless I have significantly improved my abilities, knowledge, skills, and abilities. Why can't we share them? For the CDL that is shared, but why can't we do this beyond the CDL? So what we are looking at is using data to inform decision making, whether it is through models, through statistical analysis, so on. And yesterday I showed you the strategic highway safety plan, example of a highway plan from Nevada. How might we use such data to drive the strategic highway safety plans? That is at the state level, but similarly at a state, local level, at a district, city, so on. And somebody online had talked about investments. Where do you want to spend money? It's just not money, it's time. Where do you want to send? You already have X number of police officers. Where do you want to deploy them? So now from the private sector, most companies that have fleets of motor vehicles, say delivery vans, trucks, they maintain very good records of their vehicle inventory, vehicle conditions, maintenance, so on and so forth, because for their business purposes, how much are they spending? Oh, this vehicle is too old, it's costing us more for maintenance. Maybe we buy a new vehicle, get rid of this. Okay. Driver's records, not only the driver's licensing, but many of these companies contract with other, quote, IT, information technology, unquote, companies to monitor driving habits. And they have sensors embedded in the vehicle. So how often is driver number 1 exceeding the posted speed limit? For how many miles, for what % of driving time, what % of trips, so on and so forth. Because their insurance premium is based upon the risk that their drivers pose. So they want to minimize the risk, and they use that for driver re-education, retraining, to say, hey, here are issues that you seem to be in. You have a lot of hard braking. You speed, then brake, speed, then brake, speed, then brake. That is not good for a number of reasons. Fuel economy, that's big for them. Wear and tear on the braking system, so on and so forth. And that is also aggressive driving. So the private sector companies maintain these. Why can't we work with them to leverage this? Hey, why don't you come and sit with somebody else? You cannot sit by yourself, where there are 2 people. Thank you. They also have data on the inspection. Oh, I need to. Crash in roadside inspections. Did a police officer pull a vehicle over? What did the police officer find? That might be to correlate with their own maintenance people, may or may not have found that issue. Or is it a certain issue that their maintenance people are consistently missing, but the law enforcement is consistently picking up? So it has a lot of things in terms of their own internal operations. and they have to report some of these too. But why can't we then work with them from a broader safety, the societal safety perspective? We have crash reports. For every crash that is reported on a public roadway in the United States, there is a police officer, law enforcement officer who investigates and writes up a report. There is a standard form, I shouldn't say standard form, it is called the MMUCC, we will get into that later, MMUCC, Model Minimum Uniform Crash Criteria. Model Minimum Uniform Crash Criteria. Among the traffic data geeks, it is called MUCC, MMUCC, MUCC. That is a nationwide guidance that the US Department of Transportation in consultation with stakeholders has developed, saying that every crash report will have at a minimum all of these data elements. So, there is consistency, whether it is a city police, whether it is a district police, a state police, national highway police, whatever it is, all of them will have a minimum these data. Some states or some jurisdictions may choose to add other data, but you must have these. So, now we can do comparative analysis with comparable data across jurisdictions, and some of the key data include what I have listed here, and we will get into more details of this work with the data in your tutorial starting this afternoon. You will see what are the elements there. You are not talking about 10 fields, you are not talking about 20 fields, you are not talking about 50 fields, more. Somewhere in that 50 plus it varies. Okay. So, there are fields that are what are discrete entries. There are fields that have narrative, such as a crash narrative. Others are date, time, location. There are challenges I will show you in just a few minutes in terms of how we capture it, the legacy ways versus the newer tools. The crash report, each crash report has information about where it occurred, when it occurred, type of roadway, roadway factors and conditions, the vehicles involved, the people involved inside the vehicles and outside, pedestrians, bicyclists and others. And the last part is a crash causation and narratives. This is where it is more like a paragraph or so that the police officer writes up. And usually there are also crash collision diagrams that sketch out the trajectories that vehicles followed, where did they collide, what type of a collision and so on. So, in Nevada the crash data are maintained by the Nevada DOT, but how do they get it? We have 47 different police agencies across the state of Nevada who have jurisdiction or the authority to write challans on the roadways. So, each of these agencies sends their data to the Nevada DOT, we call it NDOT. They do the quality assurance, quality verification, tie it all together and make it available for analysis based upon a need base. It is not just they are distributed. So, we have access at the university. I have requested access, my students have access, my collaborators have access, but you have to demonstrate a need for that. Even there we do not have access to all the data, we do not have access to what are called PII, personally identifiable information. I may know that a motorist involved in a crash was 33 years of age and male. I will not know that the motorist was what the name of the motorist is, the address of the motorist. So, that is considered personally identifiable. But we need that for certain other types of analysis. For example, if I am trying to find a repeat violator, unless I know the driver's license number, I do not need to know whether it belongs to me or Nipjyoti, but I need to know our number, and with that number I can say, okay, Shashi's license, every week he has 1 or 2 speeding challans, so on. So, you can relate it, but we do not have access to that. NDOT also generates their own reports on a monthly basis the Nevada DOT in partnership with the Nevada Office of Traffic Safety. That is a different department and the Department of Public Safety. They publish a monthly report for each county. What are the number of crashes, types of crashes, fatalities. They do not publish the A, B, C, O under the cap code, they only are publishing K. They also publish some graphics, either bar charts or pie charts like what I showed earlier, or maps like what I showed just a few minutes ago, heat maps of where crashes. They do not show locations of individual crashes, but heat maps in terms of the concentration or lack thereof of crashes. So that on the previous slide is the TRCC, Traffic Records Coordinating Committee is a statewide entity. The TRCC works with all of these entities and the state agencies. The TRCC meets on a quarterly basis to look at data. The whole thing is traffic records, and I am a member of the state TRCC also, to look at historical, emerging or changing trends and what we need to do. But one of the things that the TRCC has been looking at more closely in the last few years, in the recent past, is how do we integrate the data, and how do we also automate processes to link data. So that is what the TRCC's goal is, and nationwide each state has their own TRCC, and there are conferences that are held where people come together. What did we do, what did we learn, what works, what does not work, best practices, so that we can adopt or adapt these. Yeah, I talked about the Nevada DOT GeoHub, where they provide maps and data. And in the Las Vegas metropolitan area, I showed you there are different cities: City of Henderson, City of North Las Vegas. They have their own police department. City of Las Vegas and the district have a joint police department. Then on the national highways and the state highways that we have, it is the state police who have jurisdiction. Then within there we have some national park or state park roads. So the state park people, police have the jurisdiction. Within the university, we have university police. So the university police has jurisdiction. Airport and the perimeter around the airport, you have the airport police. So they have jurisdiction. You see, right in this one area, we have 8, 9 different agencies. So the Las Vegas Metro Police are looking at their jurisdiction. How do we collect, disseminate, integrate the data there? And the graphic here on the right shows how many incidents and fatalities. You have daily reports. You can zoom into a particular area. You can zoom into a particular area in time and get some summary data and statistics. So the latest data we have available for Nevada is for the year 2023. Those of you who came in late, Nevada is a state just like Assam. That's the state where I live in, okay? And I'm based in Las Vegas, Nevada. That's the city. So the latest data we have is for 2023, but that is not complete. When I say we have, the research team that I work with at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. For 2020, just a few weeks back, we got the K and A type, killed and serious injury data, but in the CAPCO scale, we don't have for the B, C, and O type crashes. And they do provide some geomapping. This is some information I was able to gather about India. As many of you talked about, the MORTH is the nodal agency at the central government level that has a lot of this responsibility of jurisdiction. This is a report for the year 2022 that I came across and covers, and those of you who came late, these are not accidents, they are crashes. Very few of the crashes are accidents, okay? So data about crashes, the severities and fatalities, comparative analysis across different types of roads and across different states, and Professor Maurya yesterday showed some graphics that showed where Assam is with regard to other states. He talked about Tamil Nadu being at the top or the bottom, whichever way you want to look at it. So those are examples of at the national level data that are collected. So this is a very busy slide. I apologize for that, but it is basically to show that data are being collected, but the focus is on, again, accidents, fatalities in persons. As can be expected during the COVID year, there was a downturn reduction, but across the board it is fairly flat regardless of the metric that you look. Accidents or crashes up top, fatalities are the red lines, and persons injured are up top. And as Professor Maurya mentioned yesterday, and I believe I alluded to it too, this is at a minimum. There is a significant undercounting or underreporting of traffic safety data across India. And India accounts for about 12%, at least 12% of the total road fatalities worldwide. That's a lot, folks. Even though we don't account for that percentage of motor vehicles, registered motor vehicles or motor vehicle operations. And this comes back to the 4 E's that we have discussed. How do we have better engineering, education, enforcement, and emergency medicine to minimize these adverse safety outcomes? The driver's license records, I believe I have touched upon this earlier, so I am not going to go into greater details here. In Nevada, some of the analysis we have done include driver's license by age or age groups, not necessarily a particular age, 16 to 20 years of age, 20 to 25, 25 to 40, so on, different groups, to look at comparative outcomes in terms of involvement in crashes, involvement in fatalities, A-type crashes, so on. But we don't have a perfect match of the age and the outcome in terms of crash reports. Some records have the age, some records don't have the age. But suffice it to say that the younger drivers, age-wise, have a much higher proportion of involvement in fatal crashes and serious crashes, and part of it relates to lack of experience. I will modify that by saying not just younger drivers, newer drivers. Increasingly in the last 10 years in the US, the young folks are not running to get their driver's license the first day they are eligible. Remember, I mentioned that at 16 years of age is where most of the US, on your 16th birthday, you become eligible to get a driver's permit, and then you have to have a permit for a certain amount of time before you can take your exam to get your license. Until about 10 years ago, most children on their 16th birthday tell their parents, I need to go get my permit, I need to get this. But what we have seen is a dramatic reduction in people getting their licenses at an early age. Some are waiting until 20, 22, 23, so on. Same thing, vehicle ownership. It used to be that people started buying cars, each person saves up. It's not mommy or daddy or grandpa or grandma buying a car for you or a motorcycle. You save money, you buy your car, okay? Nobody is giving it to you. So they save money by working. They start working even when they are in high school, get money, buy cars. And the ownership, the first ownership of cars was somewhere in the late teens. But over the last 10 years, what we are seeing is that too is delayed by 8 to 10 years of age. I'm going to break you up into groups of 2 or 3 where you're sitting. If you're sitting in a row of 4, you have to be 2 people to a team. And here's a question, and you have 60 seconds, 1 minute to come up with an answer, and I can call on anybody. So there are several people who came new. You don't know my process. The question is, why is it that over the last 10 years, the young people are delaying getting their driver's license? in the United States. Why are young people not getting their driver's license as early as they are eligible to? Why is there a delay? You got 60 seconds to go starting now. Same thing online. Nipjyoti, I should be done by about 12:30. Yeah. Ritvik, I saw your message pop up. Hold on to that. I think you're answering a different question. Five seconds. Okay, time. Would you raise your hands? If don't answer. If you have an answer, raise your hands. I'm going to call on the new folks, the people in the last row, far right. What did your team come up with? I just want one reason. I don't want an essay. Identify yourself so that I know who you are as well as people online. State your name.
Sir, my name is Akshay.
And your teammate is?
Mega.
Okay. Akshay and Mega, what did your team come up with? Sir?
Sir, the licensing procedure may be difficult.
Licensing procedure may be difficult. Okay. The next team, identify yourselves and what is your answer?
My name is Arshita Dhakkar.
Please use a microphone. People online need to hear you.
Sir, my name is Arshita Dhakkar and my partner's name is Nishat Tasneem. So,
Quick.
sir, because of the safety purpose, like.
Safety purpose, they are afraid and not getting license?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Online, may I have a show of hands who wants to speak up? I see Verma. Before Verma, somebody else. Who's number one? Singh, SS. Yeah.
Hello.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Maybe it's due to the betterment of public transportation, like Gen Zs, they are preferring that more.
Okay, better access to.
Environmentally aware, they're getting.
Okay, I want a short
environmentally aware,
answer.
so they are-
Short answer. Better access
Sorry.
to public transit. Okay. Verma.
I think to better understand the road safety concerns, because young people can have a thrill. So might be if they have like observing road safety and all things later, like they can behave very well on the roads.
Okay, so
So
they
might
want
be
to
they-
spend more time observing. Okay. Tazim.
Yes, sir. I think the young generations are quite of some temporal minded. That's why the government might have hesitant to give their license.
Oh, difficulty in getting a license from the government. Okay. Who in this room? Yes.
Sir, affordability.
Hang on. Ritesh.
Yes, sir. Might be in the early days they are not a good in driving. They don't want to make more violations and get the license revoked or suspended.
But how do they know they are not good if they don't have a
They
license?
can like train on the simulators and all.
Oh,
right
wow.
now,
Okay.
driving schools are there. They are
High-tech
firstly
simulator.
training on the simulator.
Okay. Who was it online who wanted to speak up? Was it Ashutosh?
Yes, sir. Because the fatality rate for the young peoples are more in Nevada. That's why.
So they are waiting to get their license. Okay. Anybody else here?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Please identify yourself too. Vineet. There are plenty of mics.
Yeah, myself Vineet and my teammates are Preetham and Rahul. And they might have developed good skills in driving, but lacking in knowledge of traffic rules.
Okay, so I hear an assortment of reasons. Many are plausible. Did you have a comment? No. Okay. I do not know the exact reason. There are social behavioral scientists who are looking at it, but affordability may be one angle. Okay. Now, I am going to pose another question, 30 seconds for you to work with your teams. Why are the young people waiting to buy cars? They are not buying cars as early as before. So, you have 30 seconds to come up with. Okay, 5 seconds. All right, somebody who has not spoken up in the room.
Sir, inflation.
Who was that? Oh,
Yes, sir.
inflation. Yeah, good. Inflation, so cost. Yes, Ishita, please identify yourself so others online can also.
I am Ishita Pragya. So the affordability is one of the reason, and the
One reason, affordability.
and the insurance cost is high.
Insurance cost. Okay, anybody else in the room here? Online? Ashwini?
Renting a car is very easy.
Renting a car is easy. Okay, anybody else online? Okay, so I think affordability, I take cost of insurance into that affordability. How much does it cost? That is one. The premiums, insurance premiums for young people are very high in the United States because they have a much higher risk of being involved in a crash. Is there anybody here who has been in an Uber in the last year? Is there anybody who's not been in a Uber in the last year? More than 10 years ago, we didn't have the Uber culture, right? So now, with your mobile phone, you can call a ride. So overall, that compared to what Ishita said, two parts. One is the cost of owning and operating a vehicle versus the cost of getting rides through a Uber or Ola or whatever be there. It's, people do the calculation, it is less expensive, maybe more convenient. In many urban places, parking is a problem. I know in India too, that's a problem. Whereas if you get a ride, you just get picked up and you get dropped off. You don't have to worry about finding a parking spot. So these are some of the examples. But so the challenge then is not just with the young drivers. The new drivers have a much higher risk profile in terms of adverse safety outcomes. So if somebody got a driver's license at the age 22 compared to another individual who got a driver's license at age 16, for the first 2 years or 3 years, they have, provided they are driving about the same amount, their learning curve is going to be the same, except the person who is 22 is probably a little more mature than a 16-year-old. Let me move on. So Challan, there is a legal definition, types of violations that are captured, and the big problems here and across the world, in the US, are issues related to privacy. I mentioned that earlier, PII, personally identifiable information. But there are other ways we can do analysis of data without going into PII. That will be a little more macroscopic without knowing who the individual is. But to get corrective action, behavioral changes, to some extent, we need to have that PII, or who are the repeat violators. We talked about that in the previous lecture. And many organizations have lots and lots of data sharing policies that preclude sharing beyond. And of late, there are issues related to cybersecurity. If you have data on a server or on a portal that you make available to people, what if you have an intruder who hacks into the system and accesses it? Not only accesses the data, but then hacks into the rest of your data set, the rest of your records. So here we are looking at identifying high risk zones. Now not looking at individuals. Where are you getting a lot of challans for a certain type of violation? How effective are you with your police, either in a zone or at a certain time of the day of the week? Tracking habitual offenders, it comes back to being able to get information about individuals. So that's a little more challenging unless they keep coming to court, they are forced to come to court, then you know that. Not just Delhi, we put in Delhi, but many areas here in India now have automated challans. I was just talking to somebody who parked outside a bank for 2 minutes, went in, parked and came back, and within a few moments he had a SMS with a photo of his car saying parked in a no parking zone. And in this case it happened to be there was somebody who was walking and monitoring the no walk, but you have enforcement cameras, either it is for parking or speeding or violating traffic signals and so on, not yielding to pedestrians. So there's a lot of automated enforcement. Unfortunately, in the state of Nevada where I live, the state law says that we cannot use automated enforcement to issue challans. We cannot use. So there has to be a police officer who observes a violation to be able to write a challan. And in one of my other activities, we are working with the state elected officials to at least rescind that law, stay silent, don't say whether you can or you cannot use. Or another thing, allow us to use automated enforcement in a few high risk locations in selected areas, in school zones, in construction zones. We will show you how effective it is. But once again, their concern is privacy. Oh, you are going to be intruding into the privacy of individuals. And my response to that, my personal response to all of you and others, is that if you don't violate the law, you don't have to be afraid of your intrusion of your privacy. We take your photo only if you violate the law. Stay within the bounds of the law, you have nothing to worry about. But that doesn't quite pass muster with the elected officials. So the legacy approaches have been paper based, manual entry, errors in terms of reading people's handwriting, how they enter it, what they say. It's very labor intensive. In India that might not be an issue, cost of labor is relatively low compared to the US. There are interperson and interagency variations. The same incident could be reported differently by different people. There's a delay. You write it on a sheet of paper, by the end of the day you go to your police station, you submit it, then next day somebody else figures out whether to scan it, enter it, so on. So this days, weeks and so on. Then it goes to a central command center, from there it goes to the, so there are lots and lots of delays in just getting this to a place where it can be tied together, and then if I wanted to access it, you wanted to access it, it is subsequent delays. So there's a time gap between when the violation occurred versus when it. In Nevada, I told you the most recent data I have is 2023. That is still old. We are working to try to get it. These officers, at least at the end of the day, we have electronic things, we'll get to it. We can upload it within 24 hours. So maybe a lag of a day, 2 days and so on. For some analysis, it doesn't matter whether it is a day old or 2 days old or even 2 months old when you're looking at long historical trends. But there are other types that where we need much shorter term. And there is poor integration with digital systems. In India, what I've observed is that there's a lack of actual data that is recorded. There's quite a bit of anecdotal data, especially when you move away from urbanized areas. You go talk to a village chief or villagers or a shopkeeper along a road. They will tell you, okay, last year on June such and such, they may not know the date, there was a crash, there's a motorcyclist, he was turning into a truck's path. It may not have been recorded because they may not have been a major, but they can tell you, oh, this location every day, every week we can see people screeching, braking, so on. So how do we, but then there are inconsistencies or variations. What you observed and how you narrate it may be different from how you narrate it, the same thing. So that's a challenge in India. So digitization, whether it is challan citations, helps expedite this, bring about consistencies. As I mentioned earlier, you have a lot of drop down menus or discrete fields where you can pre-code and the officer just has to click. So, there is much better consistency and much less variability across individuals who are putting this together. It also makes it easier to add it, integrate it with spatial processing tools such as GIS, and now leverage artificial intelligence. I will show you in a slide some of the machine learning, natural language processing type tools and techniques. IRAD will talk more about it. I think Professor Maurya is going to talk more. He mentioned it yesterday. And in Nevada, we have had over the last 15 years more and more 96, I think there's 1 out of the 47 agencies in Nevada that does not use the electronic challan preparation. Some of the emerging tools and approaches, we'll get into much greater details in this later, but I just wanted to give you a feel for it. Looking at the way we call it is from data to discovery. You translate data to information, to knowledge, to decision, and along the way you discover, uncover, reveal issues, problems, needs, challenges, and opportunities. So, some examples include, one of the things that I'm working with another colleague is crash narrative analysis, unstructured text. One field in the challans is a paragraph or narrative section that the police officers write. I do not have the domain expertise in machine language, natural language programming and processing, but he has that. But I have expertise in the traffic safety. We are collaborating. So, he is looking at not one word, not two words, but strings of words that the police officers write in their challans to say, okay, what are the underlying causes, root causes, whether we look at a string of 3 words, 4 words, 5 words, and how many words do we need to look at concurrently, consecutive words, before we lose the efficiencies. The other thing we are working on is, instead of the police officer using a tablet or a computer and marking, speak. So, voice recognition, that will speed up, reduce the time it takes to document this. So, these are some of the evolving approaches or methods. And looking at predictive analytics is looking at historical information, and what you see now, AI. What is AI doing? Looking at gobs and gobs and gobs of data and try to extract patterns. It is not necessarily a causal factor, it is more of a correlative analysis. We may be then able to use that to get to causal analysis. So, there are lots of benefits to centralizing or aggregating. We will get into more details of these when we go into the next phase, where we look at emerging tools and techniques. And IRAD, Professor Maurya is going to talk about that. And I mentioned the model minimum uniform crash criteria as we work on the tutorials. We will get into a little more of that. The UK has their own system, Australia has their data, and lessons for India is the need to standardize. I believe that is where the IRAD is going. And so, here are some of the challenges that I have touched upon in terms of looking at the old systems, very labor intensive, time delays, inconsistencies, inaccuracies. But when you stitch them together, there are issues related to security, privacy that a lot of people are concerned about. We have to find a middle ground between these. What is in a public interest versus what is an individual's interest, and what is the middle ground between these. Future directions, once again, this is just to give you a feel for some of the things that we will discuss on day 3 and day 4. Some I am involved with, most I am not involved with. This is food for thought for you all as you are looking for opportunities, challenges either in your academic careers, or maybe you want to start a business, entrepreneurship, to say, hey, I want to start a company that will do this for you. So, to summarize, there are tremendous advantages, value to leveraging traditional data. Even though it may not be digitized, try and see if you can get access to it. How do you leverage that? If you can get to electronic records, the newer emerging tools and techniques, that is something that will add make it more effective, more expedient, more efficient. How do we aggregate data? We talked about crashes, citations, driver's licenses, motor vehicle registration, so on and so forth, insurance data. I don't have answers, but these are opportunities. There are some examples that I will share with you, but that's not the solution, that is a solution. I'll skip this. We are right at beyond time, 5 minutes past where I told you I'll finish. Any questions or comments? As I said, everybody, every trip when you are in a motor vehicle that has a seat belt on before the engine starts, stays on until the engine stopped. Everybody, every position, every trip. Yes, please speak up.
Sir, how can we find out property damage only crashes?
In Nevada, it is in the crash report. They say, and if there's anybody injured, it is recorded. You'll see that in the data set that I will share with you this afternoon.
Just I am asking, sir, while collecting data, how can we say that this is PDO crashes?
Okay, so the question is, how do you differentiate PDO crashes? You or I are not making the decision. It is the police officer at the site who is making the decision. If the police officer says there is an injury, there is a field. Was there an injury? Yes, tick mark. How many people were injured? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What was the extent of injury? Killed, A type, B type, C type. So it is recorded in the crash report. It is not those of us who are accessing the data who are making a decision whether it was K, A, B, C, D or property damage. Any others? Okay, so then over to Dr. Bharadwaj.
Yeah. So we'll have a very small presentation for this one as we are approaching towards lunch as well. And some of the things I think sir have already been talked. We'll discuss a little bit about that. So it's about the different factors associated with the road crashes. Okay, I think over this 1.5 days, you get an idea that driving behavior is the primary factors, right? So if we understand, like from this 1.5 days discussion, what you can understand is that crash is a complex process. You know, it have a various factors that are linked together in an accident, right? And these causal factors or the factors that leads to crash can be broadly categorized into 3 categories. Okay, so first one is the driver or the human element.
So, in driving behavior, what do you think will be? What are the factors that can be considered as a driving factor or human behavior factor? Skill of the driver, okay. What else? Reaction time, okay. Vision. Basically reaction, right? PIV is basically talking about the reaction.
Health condition.
Health condition. All right. All right. What else? Driver distraction. State of mind of the driver. Psychological. Good. So, even the physical factors, if we see, we can actually broadly categorize them into. So, physical factors like illness, you are saying about the vision, all these are the physical factors, right? If you are having a vision disorder, or someone might have sleep disorder, all those aspects will become under the physical category, right? Then next is the psychological factors. Some people have more adventurous maybe compared to some other driver, So, if you say the aggressiveness of driving, all those will come under the psychological factors, right? And then there are cognitive one, distractions that you mentioned, So, and so use of cell phone, all others will come under that. So, next will be the roadway elements, right? The next broader category of factors, if we look, those are the roadway or road elements. So, what are the factors that might come under this, that might be associated with accident? Geometrical design, yes. Roadway maintenance, very good. Infrastructure, poor infrastructure, you can say. Road markings, good. Yeah, yes. Okay, bad signal designs, maybe. From the back, what else?
Environment related factors such as slippery roads.
Yeah. Could you repeat this again?
Yeah, just I'm saying that some environment related factors just like slippery roads.
Okay,
and,
yeah. Environmental factors.
Dust over the road, yeah, these could be.
Okay, fog, rain, all those environmental factors. But environmental factors will come in a different category. It will not be part of roadway.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, anyone from online would like to add to this discussion? Speed will not be a roadway characteristic. It's basically how driver wanted to drive, right? Driver, if he is he choose to drive, of course, speed you can categorize into types of road, like based on mobility, like expressway, multi-lane roads, these are the different features, but speed itself will not be a roadway factor. Geometric consistency, so if your geometry is changing too much, right? And the last part is the vehicle related factors. So, what things will come under this? Yeah, braking might be maintenance issue. Emissions, okay. Weight of the vehicle, but it is something related to accident. So, weight, okay, maybe heavy vehicle you wanted to categorize. Vehicle safety features, good. Vehicle dimension, okay, types of vehicle. Customization, yes.
Poor electrical functioning of the vehicle, like lights are not working proper.
Yes, maintenance issue, right?
Yeah.
Maintenance of the overall. So we can see that all these difference come under mostly these three broader categories. Okay. Now, if we see the contribution of percentage contribution of these different factors, so this is a study done in US in 2018, and the study was done with approximately 5,500 data. So pre-crash data they have looked into, and what they found that the crash causation where driving behavior is involved is significantly like have a almost like 94% of percentage of the case. And similarly with roadway and vehicle, you can see relatively very small percentage, right? That means driving behavior is actually guiding all the most of this accident. But are they independent? Can driving behavior, let alone, most of the time it can do, but along with the driving behavior there might be an interaction of more parameters, right? Or among there might be multiple driving behaviors that might exist together that can actually lead up to that particular accident, right? So if we compare this scenario, let's see, here these data sets are they are using pre-crash data. That means the time just prior to an accident. So they are actually able to quantify it better, right? It's very difficult to have that behavior, capturing that behavior together just, you know, just before the crash, like few, let's say 10-20 seconds prior to the accident, what kind of behavior they have done, but they have that kind of data, so they are able to integrate this. So now if we, from the accident reports that MORT publish, if we see what are the behavior that exist in our case, we can see that in India overspeeding is the primary contributor. You can see around 70% of the cases after maybe crash, when the report is written, overspeeding found to be a primary factor. And it is followed by the other one, driving on the wrong side. Okay? Driving on the wrong side. Now I think in urban area this driving under influence of alcohol, influence of drugs, that is increasing. Then mobile phone use while driving, you know, jumping the red lights, driving without valid license, also a very significant chunk of drivers you can find without a proper driving license. I think professor also mentioned in the previous class. Okay. So along with that, some other aspects of driving behavior is the non-use of safety devices. Okay. So that actually changed the severity of the accident. So non-use of helmet, non-use of seat belt, that actually increasing the severity. So severity, as professor also mentioned, the Kapko scale, right, or any severity, if you can say kill, injury, severe injury, PDO. So the severity will rise if this is not been used. Okay. Then if we look into the road environment characteristics, so the data showed that bad roads actually accounted a significant portion of the accident. So what bad road condition actually suggest? So basically having potholes, slippery roads, or many a times, you know, if shoulder is not there or roadway shoulder is not properly maintained, or might not be there, abrupt reduction in the shoulder. Then poor road design, that is also one of the factor that is associated here, and that include sharp curves, narrow bridges and steep gradient. Okay. Then one of the very other primary factor is inadequation in lighting. Most of the roads, if you see, are dark, that causes a lot of accidents, especially nighttime driving. If you go through the reports of MORT, you can see how significant is the nighttime crashes, okay, compared to the percentage of drivers that is driving. If you compare the number of vehicles that exist in the road and corresponding percentage of accident that happen during daytime, and if you compare that with the percentage of vehicles that travel during night and the associated percentage of accident, you can see that there is a significant mismatch between these two. So, if we look into the vehicle conditions that we discussed, the causality related to vehicle, what we find that vehicle condition, especially brake failure, tire burst and steering failure, these three factors are associated with the significant, is found to be a significant cause associated with the vehicle condition. Okay. And among the vehicles, if you see two-wheelers, if you see as considered majority, around 44% of the accidents are associated with two-wheelers, which is a vulnerable road users, followed by car, trucks and buses. Okay. So, just a summary, if you see, if you can see that errors related to driving behavior or human error, road environment, vehicular condition and other factor, you can see that for human error, overspeeding, drunk driving, use of cell phone or use of not using safety device are the primary constituent of this one. Okay. For road environment, you can see potholes, slippery roads and all. Okay. So, now from both scenario, what you can see that driving behavior is a significant factor. So, we talked about different types of data, professor talked about this. So, is it easier to understand driving behavior? Is it easier to capture driving behavior? Yes, no? No? So, from the, let us say, accident data crash report data we are collecting. So, will it be able to understand the driving behavior from that? Yes or no, or some part may not? Some of the thing we can definitely understand. If it is over speeding, let us say, we will be able to know, right. But as you know, accident have multiple factors. What if that driver was maybe feeling sleepy, at the same time he was looking into something else and is over speeding, all this lead into crash, right. So, basically what it can be done is certain, as you say, crash process is multiple number of factors are involved together, So, let alone the crash report, crash report is can give you better idea, can give you some idea, but there might be other methods are also required that can capture those behavior, right. So, this is about the about the interaction of different parameters. So, this is from one of the study that done by Ramar. So, here you can see that so there is a overlap you can see between roadway factors or driving behaviors and vehicular factors. Also there will be an interaction among the factors in the driving behavior as well. Okay. So, multiple number of driving factors might actually lead to an accident. Okay. So, for that I think professor going to add emerging technologies later, but I will add some part of this one in this this lecture. So, some of the way we can calculate is if we include lot of sensors in the vehicle, and same thing actually happening to the new generation vehicles also. New generation vehicles have lot of sensors. Now, radar sensor, LiDAR sensors, cameras, all are there. So, if we can use those information, basically we can have a better idea about the driving behavior. Okay. So, for that there is a study that conducted in US, which is called a naturalistic driving study. Okay. So, what basically naturalistic study did is they instrumented the vehicle with lot many cameras and different sensors together, and then they let it run for months, and then they collected different information out of that. So, now you may think like if we put this many sensors together, how the driver will feel about it, right? If you feel like if you are constantly maybe monitored with cameras and you know that your all movements are being captured, right, with lot of sensors. So, how do you feel about that one? You might think about that, right? So, that is why these experiments are being conducted for a longer time, so that over the period of time you are getting used to with the system. Maybe your reactions will be exactly how you used to react without this sensor. Then only we can get the real behavior, right? If let us say your car is without any of these sensors, without any of these systems, then your reaction during that will actually somehow replicable to, we can replicate if it is actually run for a longer duration. So, what kind of data actually collected? There are a lot many data collected and during this kind of study, and so it have the data which is related to the driver. So, driver, it's about the demographic questions, about the age, about their professions, about their educations, along with the driving history and driving knowledge. Along with that, they also collected data related to their health conditions, sleep habits, all those data are collected. And then vehicle related informations are collected separately, where vehicle make, model, what kind of safety system they have, all those aspects collected in a different data. And then continuous data set. So, because it is instrumented with lot of sensors and cameras, so during the period of experiment, let us say for the month, however the 3-4 months it is done. So, it is constantly been recorded all the speed trajectory of the vehicles. And then after that, after collecting all this data, it's a large data of 5 petabytes, and then they reduce the data based on critical events. So, you may think how these critical events are identified, right. So, then they applied some certain logic based on their actions, driver's action, and then they reduce the data to maybe some of the very small portion of accidents, very small portion of near accidents, and other risky behaviors, you know. So, one of the logic of doing this is, I think professor also mentioned in one of his previous class about the hierarchy of this risky event. So, this is one of the study did predecessor to this one, which is called a 100-car study. There, what they found based on that experiment is, so the severity of event, if reduced, the number increases, and it kind of like a pyramid structure, where at the top more severe events will be there, followed by the lesser severe events. Okay. So, crashes are the highest severity of event, right. That will be followed by the near crashes, where almost it missed, you know, and then followed by the critical events, which is actually deviation from the normal driving. So, some sort of risk is associated with this kind of driving. Okay. So, why this information is needed? So, let us say this study is done for, we cannot at this point of time, our all drivers are not equipped with this sensors and instrument, right. No? So, we need to conduct this experiment in a very small population, right. So, let us say here it done for 100 vehicles. So, for 100 vehicle event, if we try to do experiment for let us say 4 months or 5 months, will we be able to get the number of accidents? We might get very few, right. So, similar thing you can say, like if you compare the number of miles or number of kilometers a driver travel, you know, let us say you may drive for 5-10 years, right. You might not occur a single accident, that is with the most of the cases, right. But there are certainties that there might be some near misses might happen, right, and there is a chance that critical events might happen in a more regular manner compared to this, right. So, what we can do in absence of this accidents, we can take the help of the other less severe events to basically understand the safety or the risk associated with the driving behavior. So, here to compare the risk, we need to define the baseline driving, right. Baseline driving is the one where driving is said to be the normal driving, you know, without any deviation from the safety point of view. Okay. Now, so this study actually is done with the teen drivers. So, teen drivers are in US, as you know, sir also mentioned that driving license was usually given in the 16 to 19 years are the teen drivers, you know. So, in this study actually we checked how teen drivers driving behaviors and the crash risk associated with this type of teen drivers. So, here you can see there is a term called the secondary task, right. So, what secondary task is, any task that driver is perform other than driving during the vehicle is a move. So, if the driver is performing any other task other than driving, that can be considered as a secondary task. Okay. So, in this study, so many different secondary tasks were there, and it is first we try to see how this different category of tasks actually occur. So, we divided into, let us say, first one is cell phone. So, the cell phone use all different type of, so in the cell phone we can do actually different type of, so cell phone can be used to simply talking, it can be used to browsing, it can be used to look up into some information. So, all these different actually tasks combined here in the cell phone use. Then some other, some people are vibe with music, so those we can consider. Then external distractions. External distraction might occur when they are looking into certain things, certain, it might be something going on outside, some advertisement board might be there, certain some construction might going on there, or something happen that actually draws the driver's attention to other event. Then many people eat food or drink while driving. So, those we are considering is in a different type of task. Interaction with the in-vehicle system. So, in-vehicle system is adjusting the stereo, adjusting the climate control, all those aspects will be there. Then personal hygiene, someone might fixing the hair, applying makeups, all those things will be considering here.
Not me.
So, all these things will come under this one. And then, talking to some other passengers, fellow passengers, interacting with someone, reaching and handing up to the objects, all those we categorize like this. Then we categorize in the all these secondary objects in a different manner. So, here what we did, so all these different tasks that we talked, they are to perform that task, it requires different complexity, right. So, let us say you are talking in phone and driving. So, still you have one focus in the road. So, it compared to that task, if you are, let us say you are browsing, if you are looking into map and driving, what will happen? You need to pay more attention to the phone, right. Or maybe you are reading something, you wanted to pull up some important information, that might require, that will be even more difficult to perform while driving. So, what will happen? We list down this class based on some previous literature, that some tasks which actually require less attention to perform, and they can basically perform the driving. This moderate tasks are the tasks which actually require maybe 1 or 2 glaze, and then they can drive. And complex tasks are the one where actually you are significantly diverting from the driving. You are not looking into the roadway rather than focusing on something other. Okay. So, first we look into the prevalence of these different tasks into, so we consider the critical events from the data reduction, and we compared it with some baseline. Baseline means the normal driving. So, you can see that no secondary task, means only driving, crash and near crash on both safety critical events and baseline found to have the predominant one. Okay. It is followed by, you can see 15% of the crash and near crash occurred when cell phone is used, and 16% for the interacting with passengers. So, you can see all these different secondary tasks associated with crash events and baseline events. Then similar thing we did is with the complexity. You can see the distribution here. Other thing we look along with the driving behavior is the impairments. So, here impairments we consider actually 3 different type of impairments. So, one impairment is the use of substance abuse, drugs or alcohol, you know. Along with that, the other impairment we use is the drowsy and fatigue, you know, if you are feeling sleepy, if you are feeling tired. Along with the one is the emotional one. So, how emotional one is? Some people got angry. It happened in India, right? Many times people got frustrated in congestion. Someone might be sad, you know, some conversation, something might emotional breakdown might happen. So, emotional factors we also consider. So, you may answer how we record. Basically, the camera that is mounted inside, they look into the visual, like visually if the people is angry or sad, that can be monitored, right? And that been used to as an impairment for this case. And the other one is to check basically how careless, or sometime people got relaxed, left one hand, driving with one hand, driving with both hands together. So, these things are there. Now, if we estimate the risk associated with this, we estimate this risk in terms of odds ratio. Okay? So, you may ask what odds ratio is. Basically, odds ratio, what it do is, it compare risk with one baseline to some level. You know, let us say if no one is using cell phone and versus someone is using cell phone, what is the odds, or how many times the risk might increase just because of using cell phone compared to someone who is not using their cell phone at all. Okay? So, after doing this, what we found here is that use of cell phone actually increased the crash risk significantly. So, 93% actually more risk is found to be associated with use of cell phone compared to the persons who are not associated with, who are not using cell phone. Similar exercise is done if you see the next variable dancing, which is not found to be significant. So, there might not be, it is the risk might not be significant in that, statistically significant in that case. And the second important parameter is external distraction. If someone is looking outside while driving compared to one who is paying attention while driving, the risk is found to be enhanced by, increased by around 69 to 69%. Okay. Eating food is also found to be significantly associated, and other one is using the personal hygiene. That means applying makeups, fixing hairs, all those aspects are found to be a relatively dangerous task. So, if from there actually we can basically identify the driving behaviors or factors that are significantly associated, or that are found to be more risky tasks performed by these teen drivers. Okay. In next analysis what we did, this task, rather than the dividing into types, we divide them according to their nature, according to their complexity. So, here what we found that simply this simple task, that is the less complex task, are associated with, are the risk associated with them are not significantly high. The risk is found to be indifferent. But if we look into the moderate and complex tasks, what we found that with the increase in complexity, if you see that with increase in complexity, the risk associated with this kind of task is also increasing. And one very important finding what we got is the emotional condition, whether someone is visibly sad or visibly angry, the risk is found to be 6 times higher compared to a normal driving. And this is actually, during this data we found, it is maybe somewhat greater to use of use of drugs and alcohols, which is also found to be very significant, around 5%, 5 times. One other thing actually, which is a counterintuitive result is, we found that this drowsy driving is not significant. So, one of the reason for this kind of reason might be because the drowsiness is measured with only camera. So, the degree of drowsiness, you might be feeling sleepy, you might be feeling really sleepy. So, that we cannot measure objectively. So, that might be one of the reason for that one. So, with this, so this kind of data, this study is done for US condition. So, can we do this kind of study in India? What is your thoughts?
Sir, India, one more thing is there, signal signal is disabled during working time,
Yes.
in working hours.
Yes.
That is one more reason.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, all those aspects actually nowadays if you see, we cannot do in, of course, in that level, but nowadays in many, I think many studies are coming up with, because as now the sensors are getting affordable, we can actually put instrument into few vehicles and try to do this kind of study. And eventually the goal is, as the vehicles are coming up with, now most of the vehicles are coming up with inbuilt sensors, inbuilt cameras, many car companies are having now inside the vehicle the cameras are there, which if you are not responding for certain time, it will show some warning, So, if this kind of data we can get in future, rather than instrumenting this vehicle, from those sources if you are able to harness more data, then we can have a very comprehensive analysis about the driving behavior. So, with that thought, I think it is basically we can conclude this, and if you have any questions you can ask.
Sir, about a drowsy and fatigue, like it has no significance, like suppose the sensor or whatever camera may be not able to detect it, but if we look through generally, but it may be significant because
drowsy is significant. That is what this is something which we found not actually following what it's supposed to be,
Yes.
So, drowsy is significant. So, this is why, because might be while doing the data rejection, the data rejection time it was not considered, that how to actually define the different degrees of drowsiness. So, this is something actually means counterintuitive. What is there, it is not reflecting basically that.
Yes, sir, I understood. Thank you.
Anyone from online?
Hello, sir.
Yes. Krishna.
Hello.
Yeah,
Sir,
Krishna.
what are the sensors you have used to collect the data, sir? Can
So-
I know the sensor name, something like that?
Yeah. So here in this study, actually this is basically conducted by Virginia Tech. So they use actually different sensors. So they use a radar was there, and along with that radar sensor, they have different in-vehicle cameras are there, and because this data is collected for a very long time, data loggers are there. You need to log the data. That means you need to store, not only collect the data, but you need to store the data also on that HUD. So data loggers are there, different sensors, cameras were there. So all those are included together.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. This is Tazim.
Yeah. Hi, Tazim.
Sir, regarding the behavioral aspect of the drivers, is it possible to quantify some of the behavioral aspects?
Could
Just
you
visualizing.
Could you repeat the question again?
Sir, regarding the behavioral aspect of the drivers,
Okay.
is it possible for the researchers to quantify the behavioral aspect numerically? Or what could be the possible counter questions to that if we quantify the behavioral aspect in order to merge deeper into this traffic safety aspects or traffic flow aspect?
Behavioral.
Whatever we-
Actually, I'm not getting your question. Like behavior quantify in what? So risk associated with different behaviors. Are you saying about this or?
So what I mean to say, how the vehicles play on the road, except from the autonomous vehicles, the driver, the human factor,
Yes.
which they are driving their vehicles, is it possible to quantify that behavior?
Yes. So that is where actually this kind of instrumented vehicles might be plays a very important role, where he actually can look into because with the accident reports or the traditional data, it's very difficult to know what the driver has actually done, just because something might happen usually like 10 seconds prior to the accident. This collision happens. Before that collision happened, prior to that 10 seconds, something might have done. He might get distracted. He might have didn't pay enough attention. So something was happened during that time, right? So this kind of if sensors are there, or hopefully in future, yes.
Can I add up?
Yes.
So I have done a research regarding the psychological fear, and when the drivers are countering with the large size vehicles.
Okay.
So basically, I quantified the psychological behavior using gap acceptance. Would that be there been any counter questions to that? Is it? I think that research paper is almost nearly to get published, sir.
Okay. No, you have yes. Yes.
So in your view, I mean to say, what are the outcomes of? Might there be any counter questions to that? How you quantify this? Basically,
So you have quantified with the kinematic data, right? So yes, some of So some of the behaviors can be, let's say, whether you are aggressive or not, right? Exactly. Someone may drive aggressive, someone may. So that can be measured if we, let's say, look into the only kinematic variable, right? So kinematic variable is what? Speed, acceleration and deceleration. So if you try to accelerate very often, try to do acceleration, deceleration in a very short span of time, that actually can quantify to that aggressiveness. But same can we know about the drowsiness, or because some of the aspects of driving behavior can be identified with this one, as like similarly you might have done about this impact of these larger vehicles. You have quantified with the gap. So
gap acceptance.
With the gap acceptance. So, some of the aspects can be done, can be quantified with other kinematic variable, but for some it will be very difficult to say whether that exact variable is playing the role or some other aspects also might be there or not.
Okay, exactly, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Anyone else? All right. So, if it is not there, then we can stop the session here, and we'll be back on 2:30. 2:30 we'll be back. Okay. So, online participant, please join the session at 2:30.
Can you come on here for a minute? Did Nipjyoti still come back? No, you can't come here. I need to talk to you. Was he here? No. So I have several files that I need to share with all the participants. Okay, is it WhatsApp? May I have the it is under GIAN IITG. There's one file. I'll get that to you in a minute once he folks online, please bear with us for the temporary delay in getting the session started. Having Excel file copied and shared with all of you. That's what we will use for the tutorial this afternoon and coming up tomorrow also. Okay, and if you can give it back to us. Hey, those of you in the room and online, please check your WhatsApp account related to this course. You should have received one file that says 1.2 Nevada crash data. Those in the room here, is there anybody who did not get that file? If you did not get the file, please raise your hand. Online, is there anybody who did not get access to the file?
Sir, I have not received yet.
It should be in the WhatsApp group for this course.
Okay, just checking, sir.
Okay. Ashwini, I see your hand up.
Yes, I haven't received it yet, sir.
Okay. There are people in the room here who say they have accessed it through the WhatsApp group. Anybody else online who has had access?
Yes, sir. I did receive.
Tazim, thank you. So let's just wait a few moments to make sure that others are able to access it. If you receive the file, please put a thumbs up icon for those of you who are online. Shruti, I see a hands up. If you can change that to thumbs up. I don't see any thumbs up. Ashwini Gupta, I see your hand up.
Yes, I have received it now.
Okay.
So on your side, the thumbs up is not popping up.
Thumbs up not popping up. Okay, so haath dikhana. Hands up would be fine. Okay, I see Tazim, I see Shruti, Aishwarya. Yeah, all of you need to have the data set in front of you before I can proceed. In the room here, please raise your hand, right hand if you got the file. Right hand, Tana. Okay. I only see two hands on online, Arham and Shruti. Please keep your hand raised. Thank you, Aishwarya. Tazim, I thought you had your hand up earlier. Ishfaq, Ashutosh.
Sir, in WhatsApp group there is no file.
Everybody else, I shouldn't say everybody, almost everybody else has been able to access it. What group number are you? WhatsApp group?
Group number 5.
Group number 5. They are resending it. Just please bear with us for a moment. Shruti, do you have access to it?
Yes, sir, I have access.
Okay, thank you. There are.
Now received, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Tushar? Ashwini, Tushar?
Yes, I have received, sir. Ashwini.
Yeah, so please put your hand up so that I can see it visually. Shruti, please keep your hand up. Yeah. I'm still missing 2 or 3 of you. If you don't have the data, it is going to be a little difficult. Thank you, Ashwini. और दोनों Ishfaq, are you there? Can you speak up? You will need to sit with someone because the afternoon we are going to have team exercises. So those who are 3, just join and make at least 2. Why don't you move to another row? Go over to him so that we are not all crowded. In the interest of time, I am going to get started. I have shared my screen. For those of you who still don't have the file, I do not have an immediate solution for you. They have sent it by WhatsApp and looks like everybody else or most others have received it. So please bear with us. So what I have on the screen, and I apologize for the color, on my computer it shows up at black. I don't know why the screen has it. I see it as blue, or are you seeing it as black? Blue. I don't know why, but that's what it is. So please pay attention. I'm going to walk you through what these data are, then ask you to work in teams. We will use the same data for other tutorials also. So please save your work and put your names as part of the file name, because I will also want you to submit your work so that I see what you're doing. All right. So for example, WhatsApp groups can say WhatsApp group 1, WhatsApp group 2, WhatsApp group 3. Those who are in the room here, please maybe put your first names in that. All right. So now who's a team of 3? So you need to have 2 teams. Why don't you move to the row in front? Thank you. No, both of you move to the row, one row forward. Yes. Oh, sambhal ke dekhe. You can come even 1 more row if you want, or 3 more rows, first row. It's up to you. I didn't want more people in 1 row. I still don't see Ashwini's hand up, and Ishfaq and Verma. I thought you said you have the file, Verma.
Yes, sir, I have. Thank you.
So haath uthana, please.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Ashwini and Ishfaq. I don't know if Ishfaq is online because he wasn't responding. Thank you, Ashwini. All right. Oh, who is it? There's RS kaun hai? All right, let's get going. Are you ready in the class? I still see you moving around. Jaldi, jaldi. So what we have here in front of us, and you should have it on your respective computers, is a small excerpt. Remember I said there are about 40,000 crash reports for the state of Nevada every year. That file is very big. So I just had my student help me, Sushma help me come up with 300 records. I'll walk you through some of the key fields. After that, I will pose some questions and have you work on the question, come back, we'll discuss what you found and move on and on. I'm not going to tell you how to do the analysis. For those of you in the room, I will walk around to try to address questions. For those of you who are on WhatsApp, if you have a question, please speak up and I will try to answer it over the online. Okay. So please follow me on the screen now, not on your computers, because I want you to understand the structure of the database. So you will see that we have from column A all the way to column BX. If I had it to BZ, it would have been 26 times 3, 78 fields. So we have about 75 fields, 76 fields. Some of these may be repetitive. The first column is a crash number. So for every crash that occurs, when the police officer starts entering the data related to the report, I remember I told you it is all electronic now. For the most part, it is all electronic. So the number will come up automatically. What is the crash report number? So that's the first field, and I will just go to the end to show you that there are 301 rows. So which means there are 300 records. The first row is the title. So that's crash number. Street 1 and street 1 other name and street 1 located are different ways of identifying one of the streets that is close to or on where the crash occurred. So many cases you are seeing other between street 1 other and street 1 located. Street 1 located is likely to be the most complete field. Okay. So for the most part, you do not need information in column B or column C unless you find some discrepancy missing in column C, and for my convenience I have just hid column B and C. Same way, street 2, we have 3 fields in column E, F and G. So you will see street 2 here, it says other, S Tenaya. So in the US we use the abbreviation S for south, N for north, E for east, W for west. So you may see it sometimes that way. Sometimes the street may be spelled out as south. So you need to make sure that you understand S Tenaya may be the same as South Tenaya. So it depends on how the police officer is coding it. So these are some of the challenges. So here I am going to go with the third of these, street 2 located, and you can see that there's couple of records where it is not populated, but for the most part it is. And if there's no street 2, it means that it is not relevant. You may have a crash on a highway which is very far away from any of the cross streets. So that's where the street 2 may not be relevant. So don't let that bother you if you do not have information on street 2, but make sure, oops, I went the wrong way. So I am going to hide for my convenience these 2 columns, but I have what I need for street 1 and street 2 in these 2 columns. Then comes a field called milepost. A milepost is going to be usually relevant on highways. You call it national highways, we call it interstate highways or state highways. That is where every mile there is a marker, there is a sign which says milepost 11, milepost 12, milepost 13, and on interstate highways depends on which state you are. Sometimes you may have marker 11.1, 11.2, 11.3 in 1/10 of a mile. Some other states it may be 11.2, 11.4, 11.6 in 2/10 of a mile. So that is what it is. So if you look at it, I am just going to pull down. So you can see there are a whole bunch of values what the mileposts are, but there are many fields where that is not there. In this particular case, let me highlight it. This says SR147E and milepost is 10. So you may want to make a note of this. SR means state route. SR is state route. So you can see we have SR 147, 341, 612, and many times you will have the state route and they may have a common name such as Flamingo Road or Main Street, so on and so forth. So the same road may have a local colloquial name which is, let us say, Asansol Highway, whereas it may be State Highway 43. So for official records it may be State Highway 43, but people know it as Asansol Highway. And CC, here what I have highlighted is Clark County. Clark, C-L-A-R-K, county, C-O-U-N-T-Y. County means district. The term county is the same as district. So this is a district level road, Clark County Road 215, and it says 215 north. And let me go to this. Then you will likely see IR. So I pulled up everything that has IR. So you see IR 15, that is interstate route. So hey, those of you who are 3 who came last, join with her. Sit in a row by yourself. Thank you for welcoming him, Ishita. So IR is interstate, 15 is interstate 15, and N means northbound. For many of these routes, interstate particularly or state roads, you will see N, S, E or W. What it means is the direction of travel. Interstate 15, N means traveling northbound. IR 15S means traveling southbound. There is a difference. All the interstate roads are divided roadways. The carriageway is separated either by some median or ditch or at least some barrier. So if you have W or E, for example, IR 80W means interstate route 80, and W is travel direction is westbound. Does anybody have any questions on this terminology? I swear, okay, those of you online, you may lower your hand, the hand that you raised. That was early on for me to understand whether or not you have access to the data. Does anybody have any questions online? Please stop me, because if you don't understand the data, you won't be able to work on the tutorial. Can you lower the temperature, please? Is anybody else feeling it warm? Thank you. I think I covered. If you have any questions about nomenclature of the road names, the direction is very important. IR 5 is different, IR 15 south is different from IR 15 north, because they are two different directions of travel. The next one is road paddle marker. The road paddle marker is basically the sign alongside the roadway that says this is milepost 11, milepost 12, milepost 13. It's usually a rectangular sign that is typically located on the right side of the road, because we travel on the right side of the road, on the slower side, on the shoulder side of the road. So here what it says is, was there a marker, or if there was a marker, where is it? So many of these on the routes, you see there was no marker. So what the police officer is doing is, when they enter the report, the digital version of the map already automatically says you are on milepost 11 or milepost 34, it picks it up. But here what it says is, if you have a marker, where is it? On the right side, on the left side, or both sides? The next is intersection. Is it at an intersection or not at an intersection? Next, is there parking lot? So on the data set, because I have these filters, you may not see the whole thing. When you click on the cell, please take a look at the formula bar up at the top. I don't know how you have set up your Excel files. You will see the full field name. I have shrunk the columns just to be more efficient. So is this in a parking lot, adjacent to a parking lot? For the most part, I would expect to find no for the parking lot. The reason is, in Nevada, if there is a crash that occurs in a private property, a parking lot is usually a private property, then it is not part of the state record. That's a private issue. So here the parking lot is likely going to be no everywhere. Distant landmark approximation. So let me just pick yes to see what that is. It is usually yes or no. Is there a landmark, and then what is the landmark distance from the landmark? What is the mark located? So this is in miles, 1/2 a mile. The distance is 2,640 feet. 1 mile is 5,280 feet. So these are two ways of referring to the same thing. But it's interesting that you see that landmark distance here says 500 and the next one says 500. So pay attention to the units, and the column O refers to the data in column M. So this is 0.5 miles, which is 2,640 feet. क्या हुआ? Should I come check it? No, hit better. Updating, okay. So here are things that are common to the landmark, and it, depending on what analysis you want to do, some of these fields may be relevant, some of these fields may be not of use for that particular analysis. These fields are there for a purpose. This is based upon the model minimum, remember MUC, minimum model uniform crash criteria. So these are all the fields that you will find. Then the distance, so here the column M and N and O relate to, is there a landmark and how far away and what direction? Is it south of it, north of it, east of it, west of it? There is no point just saying it is 500 feet from the landmark. You need to know which direction. Huh? So that is the next column. And so here this is a duplicative column. You will see distance from landmark or direction, south versus S, and in some cases east and east, not E. Excuse me. So you need to use your judgment to figure out, to resolve any what might be seeming inconsistency. If you think about it, it's not an inconsistency, it's just a different way of coding. They have used multiple ways to code it. So the next column is crash date. So the crash date, please keep in mind, in the United States, the date is written in month, day, year format. So 3/17/2022, right? You can't have a 17th month. The way you write it in India, 3/17 may mean 3rd of the 17th month. No, it is the 3rd month, 17th day. So please keep that in mind when you are doing analysis by date. And ignore the 00, all of these you will see have been coded with 1200. That is just the raw data we got and we are leaving it at that. However, you will see there are other details. Crash time. So, crash time 2041 means it is on a 24-hour clock, 2041 is 8 p.m. 41 minutes. That is the way you interpret it. And if I go further down here, you will see 6:15, that is 6 a.m. and 15 minutes past 6 a.m. Questions? All right. The next is date notified. The crash occurred on, let me pick March 17th, so that this I minimize confusion. March 17th, the crash occurred at 15:17. The time they notified was 15:17. So, almost immediately, one way or the other, whether it was through cameras, through detectors, or somebody calling on a mobile phone saying there is a crash, it was reported within a minute of when the crash occurred. So, notified time, notified date, notified time. Date arrived. When did the responder arrive? Date is again 3:17. When did they arrive? 15:15. So, the crash occurred at 15:17. The responder arrived at 15:55. So, that was 42 minutes. That is a long time. In urbanized, I do not know where this crash took place, but in urbanized areas I expect that to be much shorter, less than 5 to 10 minutes. So, the next field is road intersection type. If it was a road, you can see it was more than 4 ways of 5, 6 approaches coming into the intersection, typically at a roundabout. 4-way, other one, I do not know what one is. Blank means it is just on a corridor, no intersection was involved. Road intersection type other, that field is going to be blank. So, you can ignore that. I am just the 300 records that we picked out did not have that field. Was there an office report on this? Yes or no? When was the report filed? So, where was I? The crash took place 2:20. So, the report was filed on 2:20, same day. Oops. So, the report was complete. When was the report filed? Report completed. Which is the police department that handled the report? So, you will see there are just Las Vegas Metro PD is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Area Police Department that covers the city of Las Vegas and Clark County, as I mentioned in one of the maps I showed you. If it is Henderson PD, it is a police department for the city of Henderson. North Las Vegas PD is the North Las Vegas. Highway Patrol is a state police agency, not for any of the municipalities or the district. The next one is location. Location is typically going to be, is it within a city boundary or is it in outside of city boundaries, that is between towns and towns, which is a county. I am going to say, is the AC on here yet, ma'am? Is the AC on yet? Cooler please, और ठंडा करना है. Oh, thank you. If I start overheating, you can see radiation coming out here. Okay. Ball bhi nahi hai to cover it up. Thank you. So, the location is basically whether it was within a city boundary or outside a city boundary. you are hot there too. So, इस तरफ भी कर देना. वो बीच में है ना, बीच वाले को. वो भी ऑन कर देना. Thank you. Yes, now I see that working. Thank you. Nipjyoti, we were just trying to get the room to the correct temperature for you. So, that is what this field is the location. Is it located within a city jurisdiction or not? And outside town, in this case you are seeing for the most part it is no, because it is it's outside an urbanized area or not, even though it may be in a county. Remember the map I showed you, the Las Vegas metro area has 3 cities, but there are many parts that are not in a part of a city, but it is still urbanized. Then if there is a city involved, which is the city? And typically if there is a crash that occurred in Las Vegas, the police agency that will respond to that is going to be the Las Vegas police. Occasionally you may have some other police department. For example, if there is some motorist who is doing a speeding violation that started in one city and the police officer is chasing that person and they go into another city, the police officer won't stop at the city line, they will continue, and whenever they catch them they will issue the challan, the citation. Okay. So, most of the time you will see the city and the police department will be the same agency. The other exception is the state highway patrol. The state highway patrol can go anywhere in the state, but they typically monitor the state routes and the interstate routes, the higher functional classes. So, where did the crash occur? Clark County. Many you will see Clark County. Washoe County is where I remember on the map I showed you Reno, where we have about 500,000 population, 5 lakh. And let me see which counties I have in here. Yeah, I have many counties that are populated in here. County located, it is a replication of them. Beat is each police station may have different zones that they cover. So, which is the section that they are, beat 1, beat 2, beat 3, so on. So, it is just a description, and it is important when, remember the judicial caseload we talked about, some courts have much higher thing. So, if one beat has many more of a certain type of crashes, maybe they need more help there, or another beat has far lesser, or this beat always has a higher problem on Friday evenings and Saturday evenings, whereas other beats have problems on Monday and Tuesday. So, now you can allocate resources. Where do you want to concentrate your resource allocation? So, there are many ways you can interpret the data on that. So, the next question is, next field is property damage, yes or no. You are asking a question, was there a property damage or not? It will be coded. Okay. In this case, you could have a crash where you had a fatal injury, you had a A or B or C type injury and property damage. Property damage description, it is blank all over. So, in this particular example you can skip that. Was the private property involved? Oh, sorry. Was it in a school zone? Yes or no? So, you can see, and in a school zone there are interesting things for you need to look at. You do not know exactly when the school starts, because you are here, you do not know. School times are usually going to be from about 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. students are coming to school, and between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. they are going away from school. But if you have a crash that occurs at 10 p.m. in a school zone, it may not. What is happening? Okay. So, if speeding event occurs at 10 p.m., it is unlikely that school children are going to be present, whereas you see repeated speeding between 8:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. when children are coming to school. That is an issue. So, you need to be able to differentiate not only that what the problem is, but when is the problem and if it is in a school zone. And was a private property involved? If I would expect to find all no here, because if it is on private property I should not find that here. Traffic control, it is all blank here. What was the weather? Remember, in many of the examples that Professor Maurya talked about, Dr. Bharadwaj talked about earlier in terms of other environmental factors. So, most of it you will see clear, but rain clear, and you will also find in some places there could be snow, fog, smoke. So, I am glad my student picked several different records that have different variables here. Then weather other, you are going to find that is to be blank. Road surface, you are going to find most of these will be on paved roads. I do not know if I have any unpaved road. Yeah, it is asphalt, 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 concrete. There are a few roads that are concrete. So, as Professor Dr. Bharadwaj said this morning, roadway factors, is there a difference between outcomes on asphalt roads versus concrete roads? That may be a question that you are trying to answer. So, that is one of the road surface other. I am going to hide that. Light conditions. So, dark other, daylight, it was dark, but we had continuous lighting. So, that is what this continuous roadway lighting indicates. So, this was a street where you had street lights on even though it was at night. The crash occurred during hours of darkness, but the street was lit. Here is a intermittent lighting, meaning that it was not continuous street lights. Oops. You had lighting at some points, you did not have lighting at other points. Here is the crash type. Remember the CAPCO that we talked about? So, column AW says what type of a crash it was. So, it was a fatal. So, the crash severity code is K. Injury, you will find injury could have different A, B, C, but the column AW only says it is injury. Oh, in this case I am sorry, I asked Sushma just to focus on K and A type crashes. In the data you will not find B, C, O. Just for simplicity we eliminated B, C, O. I thought we had a different file, but this is what I will go with. The next field is the crash type. I gave you examples, summary examples. In rural areas it was single vehicle run off the road crash. In urban areas we had angle collisions, we had rear end collisions. There are many different types of collisions. So, that is what the crash type field says. So, you can see there are angle, head on, it was non-collision, rear end, side swipe overtaking. Side swipe meeting in the sense you are going in opposite directions and side swiping. Side swipe overtaking is your both the vehicles are going in the same direction, but then you scrape one another. Initial area of impact, and at this time for your analysis here I would say do not worry too much about this particular location. First event, did it occur on the carriageway in a travel lane or outside the travel lane. For example, here you see one was on the outside shoulder. The vehicle may have ran off the road and hit a guardrail. So, that occurred on the outside shoulder. That is just an example. Location of first event other. Here was, it looks like this was pedestrian related. It occurred at a marked crosswalk or zebra crossing as you call. So, curb, marked crosswalk, private drive, sidewalk, and most of it are blank. First harmful event. Motor vehicle in transport means the vehicle was traveling. Ran off the road right, as the term indicates, the vehicle was traveling. For us, ran off the road right means it is on the shoulder. For you, it is the fast side, right, just the opposite. And hit a tree or a shrub. So, there are, that is what the first harmful. The next one, I think in the data that we showed, hit and run was a big factor in India. So, the question here is, was that a hit and run? And you can see there are a few hit and run. The next column is, was there alcohol involved? Yes or no? And I do not think we have unknown in this. Yeah, it is either yes or no. Pedestrian involved? Pretty simple, yes or no. Motorcycle involved? That is column BG. The next one is number of vehicles that were involved in the crash. So, if I look at the record number 2, row 2, it says that there were 3 vehicles involved. Here there were 2 vehicles involved, so on and so forth. So, this column basically tells you how many vehicles were involved. We have up to 4 vehicles in the data that. Yeah. The next is number of non-motorists involved. So, if a pedestrian were involved, that is a non-motorist, right. So, that is what that means. The next is the number of occupants. How many people were occupying the vehicles involved in the crash? So, here you see there were 4 occupants. Will somebody make a note of this for me, please? For crash, the record number 2, the crash number is starts with LVM, ends with 6969. Please make a note because I want to refer to that in several minutes. Crash number starts with LVM, ends with 6969. The number of vehicles involved was 3. Number of occupants involved was 4. The next column is number of fatalities. Here we had 4 occupants, 1 fatality. The next column is number of injuries. There were 3 injuries. So, 4 occupants, 1 was killed, 3 were injured. The next one is, the field is number restrained. How many of the occupants were using appropriate restraints, seat belts? Or if you have children in the US, we require children under certain ages and certain weights to be in a certain type of a child safety seat. Once they get a little older, they can be in a booster seat, but until they reach a certain height and certain weight, they must be in a child seat or a booster seat. Even child seat for infants and toddlers under 2 years of age or up to when they get to 30 pounds, it has to be rear facing. The child cannot be facing forward, the seat cannot be, child safety seat cannot be facing forward. So, restraint used, that is what it means. If there was a child, was the child in an appropriate child safety seat? If these were adults, were they wearing seat belts? First location of first event turn. So, the fields, the values here are L1, L2, R1. I will let you just use that to your judgment to see how you want to evaluate that. What was the event? Location of first travel event. lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, so on. Fastest lane is lane 1, the next lane is lane 2, and you can see some examples that say center line. The next, is road environmental factor. None, it was a good road. Wow, here it says worn traffic surface. That means the road is smoother than it should have been. The surface has been abraded, has been worn out. Here is a different way of road environmental factors, is backup due to congestion. It's not the road surface itself. Traffic was, there was a traffic jam and it was congested. Road environmental factors, it's blank, so I'm going to skip that. Road environmental factors, the other is also going to be blank. Oh, chip seal. Here there was a project that was going on underway, so there was just one of the 300. Some project was going on, but that's a very small part of this. Route ID. This is something that the government agencies who own or maintain the road have, instead of the common name, they have a specific name for the route ID. So, I do not know how valuable it will be for your analysis, but it is just there, that is coded. Measure, it is some unit of measure or along the route. It could be a mile post, kilometer post, post located. So, in this particular case, I am going to suggest that you do not worry about the measure or post located. Was there a secondary collision? There are some crashes that occur, and in this case we do not have any of our crashes that led to a secondary crash. Oops. Column B, W and Bx are latitude and longitude, but this is not latitude and longitude, x and y in a mapping coordinate system that the state DOT uses. Any questions on what we have in this data set? So, this basically describes what, when the crash ID, the date when the crash occurred, the time when the crash occurred, where did the crash occur, the roadway and some reference, the response times, and the latitude and longitude will help us, or the xy coordinates pinpointed. It also has information on the number of vehicles and number of people. For the crash, I asked you to write down, we had 3 vehicles and 4 people, right? So, keep that. So, this is the first tab in the data set. So, now I am going to go to the I'll move it over, the vehicle tab. So, in this sheet we have a lot more detail about the vehicles involved in the crash. So, what is common is the crash ID. I asked you to write down the crash number, no? So, the crash number was, the start with LVM, ends with 6969. I just filtered that one particular crash, and now you can see there are 3 vehicles. Remember we said 3 vehicles. So, I just want to, and then I am going to go to the person table just for a minute, and for the same crash, remember we had 4 people. So, here are 4 records that correspond to the 4 people. 1 was a passenger and 3 were drivers, 3 vehicles. So, you should have 3 drivers. Maybe if the person was not injured, it will not show up here. So, I wanted to make sure you understand that the first table we saw about crash is related to the other two tables. Now, I am going to go back to the vehicle table and let us work our way through. I am not showing you all the 300, let me do that just in case. So, vehicle number. So, each vehicle that was involved in a crash is given an identifier 1, 2, 3, or in this case 7, 3, whatever it is. So, if you have 3 vehicles, you will have 3 numbers. So, all the vehicles involved in the crash will have a vehicle number. So, unit number is in this particular crash how many vehicles were in, no, the type. So, 3 is a moped, 1 is a pickup truck, 3 is a hatchback, so on. So, I would focus on the vehicle type. It tells you what type of vehicle it is. Are you familiar with the term pickup truck? Okay, good. A sedan is simply a car, 4-door, 2-door, motorcycle, so on. And was a bus involved? Yes or no? The tag state is what is the state of where the vehicle was registered. For the most part, you will see NV is Nevada, but you see here OK, Oklahoma, it is a different state, just like Assam, West Bengal, Tripura, so on and so forth. Is Tripura a state? No. Yeah. Meghalaya, so on and so forth. The next column is the year the vehicle was manufactured. Remember, you will have one row for each vehicle. So, the year the vehicle was manufactured. This goes back to the technologies. Somebody asked if we have newer vehicles, what happens to the vehicle scrappage policy? So, you can see how old the vehicles were. So, some are very new, 2002, then you see a 2003 vehicle in a crash in 2022. So, that is almost 20-year-old vehicle. The next is the make of the vehicle. Next is model. So, the same manufacturer may have different models of the vehicle. Style, I think that should be blank. Was it transporting hazardous materials? Yes or no? Or I think you will find blanks. There is no yes. So, the data that I have included here does not have any vehicle that has transporting hazardous materials, because if there were a vehicle that were transporting a hazardous material involved in a crash, the response is going to be very different. You will have the first responders, but then you need to have responders who are capable of handling the hazardous material containing So, if a hazardous material was involved, was it released? In this case, it is no. I do not know what the hold field is. I do not remember. I am sorry. So, ignore the involvement and contact, and the next column is what was the non-motor the action of the vehicle. Was it stop, going straight, turning left, straight, so on and so forth. Was there any other action involved in the vehicle? Here we have 2, passing moving bus, rider ejected. So, let me just pick on rider ejected to see how many. It is usually motorcycle will have rider ejected. Where did the crash occur? Street name, direction of travel, which lane did it occur? Lane 1 is the fastest lane, lane 2 is a lane adjacent to it, and so on. Is it in a commercial area or not? Was it hauling a trailer? In the US, it is not uncommon for cars or pickup trucks to have a small trailer that they transport attached to the vehicle. And if you have a trailer, the number of trailers and descriptions of these trailers and whether they had hazmat. The subsequent fields I am going to have you skip until the field AL. AL is hit and run. Was that a hit and run crash? The next is what are the factors related to the crash related. So, in this case failed to yield right of way, ROW is right of way, and disregard for control device. So, it goes hand in hand. Somebody ran a red light and failed to yield the right of way. Then are there any mechanical factors involved? So, you can see there is an example of lights, headlight or signal light or tail light was not working. So, somebody asked Dr. Nipjyoti I think earlier today in terms of mechanical readiness of the vehicle. So, this is an example where a vehicle did not have its lights working. Are there other factors? So, what was the damage? Description of the damage: front left bumper, right side, so on and so forth. Was magnitude of the damage minor, major, moderate, unknown? Damage, was it existing? How much distance after impact did the vehicle travel? And sometimes you do have that. Or what are the inches? No, feet. How many feet? Speed, estimated the low end of the speed that the vehicle was traveling at the time of the crash. Estimated speed high, what was the high end? What was the posted speed limit? So, here you can see the speed limit was 45 miles an hour. The police officer estimated the speed to be, travel speed to be 65 miles an hour. What was the damage area? Other damage, traffic control, was a permissive green. Remember I told you one of the projects that I am working on is looking at the safety at permissive green. Traffic control, turn signal, school zone, so on. I am going to not worry about these. And then comes whether it was a motor vehicle, pedestrian, pedal cyclist is a bicyclist. There, if you hear the term bike in the US, it is a bicycle, it is not a motorcycle. Okay. Pedal cycle or bike or bicycle is a bicyclist. If it is a motorcycle, it will be explicitly written as motorcycle, not a bike. So, what were the sequences of action? The motor vehicle was moving straight, then it slowed or stopped. Motor vehicle moving straight, it overturned or rolled over. And if there are multiple such descriptors. But you got, I think, from the first part of the fields were some of the more critical ones in terms of the people involved, the vehicles involved and the characteristic of the vehicle. Now, let me go to the person table. So, you see we go all the way to CG. So, that is close to about 85 descriptive fields for you. Does not mean that every field is populated. So, you have an identifier for the person, vehicle related, what is a person's role, passenger, driver, rider, which vehicle, remember there could be multiple vehicles involved, what is the age of the individual, whether they were the driver or the passenger, sex, male, female, race, that is important there. In India I do not see that recorded often. There we have Hispanic, non-Hispanic, white, Asian, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, so on. Was this person a driver or a passenger? I would be surprised if you see passenger here and driver saying yes. You can't have that conflicting, right. So, that is a simple check to see. Was the person the vehicle owner? What is a driver license class? A C class is a usual driver's license that we use to drive four-wheelers. Motorcycles have a different license. If you are driving a commercial vehicle, it would say CDL. Let me see if I can find driver's license. Yeah, CM, commercial motor vehicle. We don't have CL, but we have CDL, driver license class. CM is a commercial vehicle. Oh, it says driver's license commercial, no. So let me see where I have a yes for this. Yeah, class A is a commercial vehicle, class B is commercial vehicle. Class C, I'm not sure why they have it as a commercial. A and B are the commercial, so I see a discrepancy right here, but I cannot verify. Maybe that person had multiple licenses, because a commercial driver could also have a regular car driving. When they're driving the truck, they're driving the truck. So I do not know why it is coded differently. The next few are interesting. Driver's license status. Is it a valid license or normal with some limitations, with restrictions? No valid driver's license. Suspended driver's license. So one of the analysis I did with a former student was to look at the status of the driver's license of people involved in crashes, and whether in-state or out of state. That in-state meaning a crash occurred in Assam, the driver's license was issued by Assam. Out of state is crash occurred in Assam, but the driver's license was issued by another state. And then the next part of it, was that valid, was that suspended, was that revoked, so on. Person factors. Here what you see is drinking or apparently normal, drug involvement, driver or drug involvement. What is this? Driver, come on. Driver inattention or distracted. Is there another factor here? I don't think so. What are secondary factors? You can see animals involved, cell phone, external distractions outside the vehicle. There's something going on there, I'm looking there, boom. You have other fields, alcohol or drug involved, yes or no, and alcohol, drugs, none, or if it is blank, it means that it's not. Suspected impairment. There, if the police officer feels that the operator of the vehicle may be impaired under the influence of drugs or alcohol, they can do what is called a field sobriety test. Do you have field sobriety tests here where the police officer may ask you to follow a light or walk in a straight line?
They use the breathalyzer.
Breathalyzer, yeah. So there are some legal things. For you to use a breathalyzer, they have to establish a probable cause. That we did a field sobriety test, the person failed the field sobriety test, now we can do the breathalyzer, we can do the blood. So but then the person has to agree. If the person says no, I will not submit to a breathalyzer, or then they will be taken into custody. Here, is it required that the person needs?
No, they straight away go for the breathalyzer.
Okay, but what if the driver says I won't submit to a breathalyzer test?
It's kind of a mandate, I think.
Okay.
So they can force people to take it.
Okay. So then drug specimen, how did they do it? Field sobriety test, driver admission, or did a blood test? So there are.
This cannot be done, I think.
Yes. So there too, I think for a blood test you need to have a follow up. The police officer doesn't carry the. So the specimens, what are the drug specimens? What were the results of the drug test? It's blank, I'm not sure why. Drug test, field sobriety, urine and blood test. So these are afterwards. The other parts now what you'll see for the person table, airbag. Was the airbag deployed, appropriate airbags deployed? And you know the vehicles have a switch to turn on or off the airbags. did they use a restraint seat belt? And some of the older vehicles have seat belts, only lap belt, they do not have the over the shoulder harness. So, you can see what was used. Helmet, I guess it is for motorcycle users. Ejected or trapped. Ejected means they were just thrown off the vehicle. Trapped, there are some crashes where the occupants are trapped inside the vehicle and you have to use mechanical extrication devices. They cut open the side of the vehicle or the front of the vehicle, or even you cannot whatever tools that they need to free the occupant. You will see there are a few examples. Then for each person you have where were they seated. First row, right side. Remember, in the US the driver is on the left seat. So, this was the passenger on the first row. First row right side, second row, you will see the various positions. Injury code. So, the crashes that I showed you in the first had I picked only A and K type crashes. However, even though you had a K type crash, there could be other people who have A, B, C or O type injury outcomes. So, that is why you will see B, C or O outcomes here. Injury location, what part of the body. There is a totally different way, I am not going to get into this. There is a MAIS scale, maximum abbreviated injury scale, and injury severity scale that comes up with scores based upon what part of the body, head, neck, thorax, lower abdomen, arms, legs, so on and so forth. So, you may just want to refer to this as codes. I do not have the data. I will try to find the data dictionary to tell you what field 1 means or 2 means, but that is just to identify where all the injuries occurred. If there was a death, what was the date of the death? In this case, I do not think I have. It is all 0. So, they blanked out some of these. Technically, a crash fatality, a fatality is associated with a crash if one of those involved in the crash died within 30 days. If the person died on day 31 after the crash, or day 32 or day 90, that is not counted as a fatality. Unfortunately, there are some people who are injured who may die after 30 days, but that is not counted as a fatality. Across the US, that is one of the standards. Time of death, unfortunately we do not have detail. Hit and run person, non-motorized vehicle, direction of travel if it is I am going to skip these. I have already spent an hour giving you the overview. So, the other thing I wanted to show to you is how many crashes did I say I have, statewide crash data here? 300, right? If I go to the vehicle table, I have 498. Is that reasonable? Why is it, why do I have 498 vehicles but only 300 crashes?
If there is one crash, there may be 2 vehicles.
Exactly. So, you could have crashes where you have more than one vehicle. And likewise, when I go to the person table, I should have at least as many persons as there are vehicles, right? And we have 717. So, what I would like you to do is save the data file, but make a copy for your analysis, or do your analysis in a different sheet on the same file. Write a hypothesis or a question that you want to answer. I want you to write it as a team. You discuss and say, based on all the data that you have seen here, what analysis do you want to do? And is there a sub-level analysis that you want to do? So, major question, minor questions. How are you going to do the analysis? What data fields do you need from this? And do the analysis. Focus first, for the first So the time is 4:10. Do we have a break now, Nipjyoti? 5-minute break. We can take a 5-minute break. I see it's continuous. So now it is time is 3:55. So let's take a 5-minute break.
So 4 actually we can have tea.
Oh, tea is going to be there? Yeah. Okay, so I'll let you work for 5. Just work on the first sheet, which is the vehicle statewide crash data. That's all I want you to use for the first part of the analysis, using the data on the statewide crash data. What analysis would you like to do? So I see 4 people in the last row. Split yourselves into 2 teams of 2. Nipjyoti, I'm sorry about the lunch thing. I should have asked him, and he should have, that you didn't have to come back to pick me up.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, it would have saved you a few minutes. Hey Ashwini, at 2:44 I see a message from you saying that you have not received the data, group 2. Do you now have access to the data?
Yes, I have, sir.
Thank you. It is 4 o'clock, so let's take a break for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 10 minutes past 4. Is that okay? Anybody want more time? No. So those online,
Yes, sir.
we'll take a 10-minute break, and I will be back on at 4:10 p.m.
So there is a prayer time right now.
Okay.
Could you please extend
To
if
4:15.
the colleagues can cooperate?
To 4:15. Will that be okay?
Fine, sir.
Thank you. 4:15 to come back. I will give you time until 4:35 p.m., a little more than 15 minutes to do some preliminary analysis, because I want to have you, after that I will have you all summarize what you did. Each group needs to summarize what you did and what you found. चलिए 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 आप अपना काम कर लीजिए.
This is the crash ID, and you can analyze that how many crashes are near.
Yeah, you make it as complicated or simple as you can.
For intersection and which crashes are not open at the intersection.
Yeah, but that is a very simple analysis. I hope that you will do something more challenging. Those of you who are online, if you have any question for me, just speak up and I'll try to address it. Otherwise, work in your groups. Nipjyoti, this is the one that I need a printout.
Okay.
I will just forward that to you.
Yes, yes. I will,
Okay.
I'll take it. So is it okay if I give it tomorrow?
Yeah, I need it before I go. I just need to carry it in my plane.
Sure, sure.
साहब पार्टनर्स के साथ काम कीजिए.
Yes, sir. We have discussed it. Just I'm
पूरा
writing
हुआ?
the
हो?
points.
Finished? तो ये ख़त्म हुआ तो दूसरा स्टार्ट कीजिए. स्टार्ट अ सेकेंड वन इफ यू फिनिश्ड वन. No, 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 no. So on the same sheet, do another analysis. If you did one analysis, if
Sir,
it,
we
if
have to give the what analysis can be done, or we have to.
you have to do the analysis. What is the question that you asked, and how did you answer it?
Okay, we have to do the analysis.
Yes. Just to be clear, you have to define what question you're asking, and how are you answering it. So I need an answer, not just the question.
Sir, what we are
Samajh gaye?
trying to do is that, sir, first of all, we are trying to find in which direction how many number of crashes are happening. That
Okay.
is one. Another thing is we are trying to find in an hour how many accidents are happening, means number of crashes.
Crashes.
Yeah.
हाथ दिखाइए. ऐसा दिखाना. Accident नहीं, crash.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, sir.
Yes. Yeah, so I see you're doing analysis. That is good.
Like, can we do like the multiple regressions of like
Whatever, I want you to look at the data, ask a question, and do the analysis of the data. Okay. Whether it is regression, it is cross tabulation, it is simple tabulation, it does not matter. I want you to show how you can use the data. Okay? Are you getting a satellite man? No, that's a local.
Sir, we have taken, is there a reasonable time or police response after the crash notification?
Okay, and you're doing it by hand?
Yes, sir. We have forward the formula to calculate.
Okay, because Excel can help you do that very easily. Okay, okay.
We have to then manually check it.
Yeah.
Actually, we have to minus all these fields.
Minus?
Minus this field and this field.
Yeah, simple. एक और field कर देना. Just insert column.
Yes, I know these things, sir.
Hmm.
But here some problem will occur. That's why, sir, I am not taking, because it is in minute. We have to
Yeah.
take it is in minute or hour.
Yeah, minute is okay. So this is. I will let you work on it, but there are easy ways that Excel will allow you to do it. I told you till 4:35, na? take 5 more minutes to wrap up your analysis. Then I will call on the teams to provide a 2-minute summary of your question and your analysis and what you found. मेरे टीममेट को भगा दिया कि वो भाग गया? आपने क्या किया? This is being recorded now. So I'm in fact going to ask the students to come to the front and make their presentation, report 2-minute presentation. Do they have permission to share, the people online? Do they have permission to share their screen?
This online.
Can they share their screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Please wrap up in 2 minutes. Okay, people, time up. It's 4:35. I've given you time till 4:35. So what I'd like to do is, how many teams online? Do we have all 5 WhatsApp teams? WhatsApp team 1, if you're present, just say yes. WhatsApp team 1, are you present? WhatsApp team 2?
Yes, sir.
Or WhatsApp team 1? Tazim?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tazim is WhatsApp 1. Ashwini, are you 2?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. WhatsApp team 3? WhatsApp 3?
I'm here, sir.
Thank you. Shruti, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. WhatsApp 4? Nobody from WhatsApp 4? WhatsApp 5?
Shruti and
Okay.
Shruti and Pratyush.
You're 4 or 3?
Oh, 4. Shruti and Pratyush 4.
4. Okay. WhatsApp 5?
Mr. Aishwarya.
Okay. So we've got everybody there. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams. So we have 11 teams. I'm going to give each team 2 minutes to summarize the 3 things I want you to do in 2 minutes, and I will hold you to 2 minutes, and when it is 2 minutes I'll say stop even if you have not finished your presentation. Okay, so 2 minutes. What was the question you tried to answer? How did you answer it? What data did you use to answer it? What did you find? Okay. Any questions? All right, so I'm starting timer. The group in the back of this room, start now. So you got 2 minutes, you understood the ground rules. 3, 2, 1, turn on your microphone. 3, 2, 1, and start. You're already 10 seconds lost. Mic is not working, I will restart. Get a mic that works. Next team, make sure you have a mic that works. Start.
Sir, I am Surya. Sir, we are checking in different lighting conditions if the fatalities and injury proportion changes.
Okay.
And we are especially checking in the night condition, that is dark.
Okay, stop for a minute. I'm going to ask the other teams questions based upon this presentation, so you should pay attention. Okay, don't just work on your thing. Go ahead. I'll give you 10 seconds extra.
Okay. And in the dark, when there is continuous roadway lighting, the fatality to injury ratio is less than half. The fatalities is lesser than half of the injuries. But when there is no lighting, roadway lighting, fatalities is more than injuries. So the roadway lighting is very important criteria that reduces the fatalities.
Excellent. Is that the only question you answered?
Another one, we have checked the alcohol inclusion against fatality and injury. There was no statistical difference. We could find that correlates the fatalities with the alcohol.
Alcohol and pedestrian.
Fatalities.
Oh, all fatalities, not
Yes,
just pedestrian fatalities.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
And road surface type versus fatalities. We
Okay.
have and in that, if there is the road is concrete type, the fatalities are more, and if the road surface is asphalt, fatalities are lesser.
Okay, good. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, excellent. So you did several things. Just for the last one, one reason, possible reason, may be that the interstate highways in Nevada are concrete. There are very few smaller roads or lower functional class roads that are concrete. So maybe that the speeds are much higher. So one other analysis, remember you have speeds too,
Okay.
would have been add speed also. But very good work, thank you. So, WhatsApp group 5, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, hello sir. Sir, do we have to share the Excel sheet?
No, you just speak about it. Tomorrow I will make sure you have an opportunity to share your screen. Just speak to your work.
So here we did the analysis on to determine the hypothesis was the reduction in fatality rate if the crashes were covered in the golden hour, if the response time was within the golden hour, and it the result it shows that nearly 40 from the data we got that the percentage of accident or the crashes which is addressed after the golden hour is 25%, making it 76 numbers, and among them 48.7% are fatal accidents and 51.3% are injuries, and also it account to 12 to 13% of the total accidents in the entire set of data.
Okay, anything?
And
Go ahead.
if the response in improved, like nearly 10 12 to 13% of the fatality can be reduced.
Okay, so what is your main finding then?
So this is what we did.
What is your, in
Pardon,
one
sir?
sentence, what is your main finding? If the response time is less than 60 minutes, is it better or worse than if it is greater than 60 minutes, outcomes?
So it's better to communicate faster and arrive faster.
Okay, all right. Do you want to add anything else, Aishwarya?
No, sir.
Okay, good work. Thank you. So, one thing I would have I would recommend for you to do is, it was not clear to me from your presentation whether if the response was less than 60 minutes, there were fewer fatalities compared to if the response was greater than 60 minutes.
Sir, the fatality is nearly 50% when the response or the arrival time is less than 60 seconds.
60 seconds or 60 minutes? 60 minutes.
60 seconds, 1 hour, sir.
Okay, and what if the response time is greater than 60 minutes?
Maybe the injuries can shift to fatality. More kill will be there.
Okay, thank you. All right, here the group in the far corner, get a microphone and tell me when you're ready. I'll start the clock. Make sure it works.
Yes.
Okay, start.
Sir, we have analyzed the different crashes which are the near.
Louder.
Okay. We have analyzed the crashes that is happening near the intersection, or the accidents are at the mid block or the intersection. So we have analyzed all the data, and we found that so out of these 35% crashes are happening near the intersection only, and remain 65% are near the mid block. And also we have checked about the pedestrian condition also. So 25% in out of this in this data, 25% crashes pedestrian has involved. So it is it can be taken as the one of the major issues for the pedestrian also.
Okay, 25% of all crashes or 25% of
All.
crashes at the intersection?
All crashes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you want to add anything else?
And I have also that's it for sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, WhatsApp group 4. Are you ready?
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, so the hypothesis that we tried to analyze was basically we tried to correlate, like we tried to understand the crash severity, that is fatal crashes or injurious crash, injury-based crashes, and how are they affected by lightning conditions on the road or the collision type or the weather and road conditions. It was a rough, it was a basic descriptive analysis which we conducted, and what we observed was that a significant portion of the fatal crashes were occurring during the dark conditions, there was a good chunk which was happening during the daylight also. So there was not a very good association with respect to that. And then with respect to collision type, non-collision and angle collision. So basically when there were whenever there were not two vehicles involved, and there were angle collisions which were occurring the most, and they were the most prevalent during fatal crashes. And third was clear weather and asphalt surfaces. They do not eliminate severe accidents. Like during clear weather also the accident was happening, which might be attributed to some other factors like overspeeding or some other factors. So weather condition wasn't showing that big effect on the type of crashes.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So are you able to turn on your camera? Would you turn on your camera please for 10 seconds? Okay.
Yes, sir.
हाथ दिखाना ऐसे, हाँ, 3 थप्पड़, क्यों? You know why? Crash है, accident नहीं.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I want you to get in the habit of saying crash, not accident. So I'm a little surprised that you can turn off the camera. I'm a little surprised at your first conclusion that seemed to be contrary to an earlier group's. So again, there may be vagrants, discrepancies in what data you analyze, but that seems to be a little contradictory. All right, so now let's go to the team up front here. Ready?
Yes.
Okay, chalo.
Sir, I am Rahul Narayan, sir. By my side, Sanatan Das is there. Sir, my hypothesis was that, null hypothesis, is there a 20% reasonable police response under bracket half of the golden hour after the crash notification? In the data sheet, we find that the crash response of the policeman are more than 30%. After the golden hour, half of the golden hour. We are taking half of the golden hours.
30 minutes.
30 minutes. So we can improve the emergency medical services, because when the police will come, we can give at that time only the first aid.
Okay. So
and we will decrease the time, so they will get EMS most rigorously.
Okay.
So we can save more lives.
Okay, so what was your finding in less than 30 minutes? What percentage of the response?
Sir, we have taken 20% reasonable police response.
20% were less than 30 minutes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Did anybody else do the police response? I thought no. All right. Thank you. So that was good.
Thank you, sir.
WhatsApp group 3.
Hello.
Yes, Tushar.
Yes, sir. As per the fatal accident, the hit and run cases, if the hit and run is yes, then its percentage goes to 10.37% as per the data. And if the hit and run cases is no, then the percentage goes to 89.63%.
If it is not hit and run, it is 89%.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So hit and run cases is 10.37% is a huge percent. So that's all.
That's all. Okay. That is a very simple analysis. So your results are a little intriguing to me. So if I was a layperson, not a transportation, knowledgeable in transportation, what you said is I am just going to use rough numbers. If there was hit and run, there were 11% fatalities. If there's no hit and run, there's 89% fatalities. So if I were a motorist, I look at the data. Don't stop, go, because the person won't die, right? No hit and run, 89% didn't die. Hit and run, only 89% died if the person waited. If hit and run, the person ran, then it's only 11%, right? Did I capture your analysis correctly, Tushar?
Yes, sir, actually.
Okay, no, I'm just making an observation. So it is good that you're doing the analysis, but think about the implications of the results, and if you find that, what other types of analysis might you recommend that we do? So you may want to take into account other factors that are associated with hit and run.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you, Tushar. All right, here in the class, the second from the last.
So we try to do many things.
Speak up a little louder.
My name is Satyam. We try to do many things. First, we try to see how many crashes are at intersection and non-intersection. So 106 are at intersection, that is 35.3% of total, and intersection 194, which is 64.7 of total.
Okay.
Then we see crash by environmental factors, as there are many. So no specific, there are 250, which is 83.3% of. Then when it is wet or icy, there are 13 crashes, which is 4.3%. Then traffic congestion backup, that is 7 crashes, 2.3%. Then bone traffic surface, that is 1%. And then similarly others are very less, 0.7, 0.7, 1.7 similar. Then we also saw crash severity, since there are only two, K and A. So K is 43.6% while A is 56.3%. Then we did crash time analysis during peak hour. So when we saw the peak hour generally comes at 6 p.m. which is 34 crashes, which was the highest. And then one was at 2 p.m. and that was 24. So generally the peak was between 3 to 5, which was 22, and the lowest was at 3 a.m. that was 2. And we can say that between 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. we can have the lowest crash hour. And then similarly we defined by now we have done by time, we now do it by month. So the highest crashes were in January, that was 108, then in December 33, and then for February 49. And then in April and May we had the lowest crashes, and also in July and August, which was 3 and 4 and 11 and 9. So we sorted it by that way.
Okay, excellent, exactly 2 minutes. Excellent job. But you did a lot of analysis compared to the other groups, and it's interesting. One thing I want you to take away is that I only gave you 300 records at a random sample, not necessarily a random sample. I had Sushma, my student, pick up some. So I don't know if it is representative enough to say, but some of the results you summarize saying between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. are the highest number of crashes. Remember the heat map that I showed you? It correlates exactly with that, and you said between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. are the lowest. That too was reflected in the graphics that I had shown. I showed you 6 years worth of data. You're looking at a partial 300 out of 40,000 crashes, so that's a very small. So take it with a pinch of salt. I want you to learn more about the types of analysis that you can do. Don't take the results that you got to be definitive, because you don't have all the data. You only have a very, very small portion of the data. Satyam, do you understand that? Yeah, so your group needs, all of you need to do that. You are not looking at a whole year's data or many years of data. All right, so going to online WhatsApp group 2.
Yes, sir. I am Ashwini Gupta. Actually, my partner Kishore Krishna, I don't seem to find him in the group.
Okay.
So I have done on my own whatever little analysis that I could do.
Okay.
I will explain what I have done. I tried to find out how many crashes involved 3 or more vehicles.
Okay.
So which was a very simple statistics. I could find that there are 35 crashes involved with 3 or more vehicles. Then I wanted to understand that in how many crashes the speed limit exceeded 50% of the prescribed limit. I could not find an answer, but this was the one question which I wanted to answer. Which the data was there in column S, but I could not do the analysis and find the answer. Then another question which I wanted to understand was that how many crashes occur during the peak hours, that is 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. That is normally the, although I have not, I have assumed that the peak might occur during these time intervals and wanted to know how many crashes are there. Again, I could not find the answer to it. And lastly, what I wanted to understand was that in how many crashes within 10 minutes the police officer reported at the site. Again, I could not find the answer, but this was the question which I had in mind.
Okay.
That's all, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you identified a lot of interesting questions, and I'm sorry that you had to work by yourself. I don't see Kishore online at this time. So I'm glad you were able to find at least one of the answers, but more importantly, you identified which fields of data you would use to answer your questions. And as I told you, we will continue to work with this data set for other tutorials. So think about it. I don't want you to spend all your time between now and tomorrow when you come back just working on this. I know you all have lives to lead, homework, family, personal time, recreation, so on and so forth. But just think about it as to how might you leverage the data. So thank you very much, Ashwini. Here, which group? 2 groups are missing here, right? So I will go to the group to my left in the 3rd row. Ready? Make sure your microphone is ready.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay, chalo.
So first of all, we try to segregate in terms of hourly crashes. Means in which number of hour, how many crashes are happening. So there we were able to find out that in the 19th hour, there were most number of crashes, 34. And the second thing which we did, we tried to segregate it in terms of in which direction from the landmark those crashes are happening. And there we are able to see that most means a majority portion, more than 33, means majority in terms of all the directions. The highest one is
unknown. Okay. Please repeat that. I'll give you a few seconds.
So in order to segregate the direction from landmark, we were able to see that in the unknown or the blank portion, most of the collected data lies, and in the data where we have information, within them the east is having more portion, that is 18.6%. This is one question. And the second one was, we tried to find out in which hour how many crashes are happening, and there we were able to see in the 19th hour it is having most number of crashes, and even we tried to plot hour versus crash, that plot, and we tried to find the trend in which the crashes are happening. Firstly, we were able to see that it is going in an increasing trend up to 19th hour, then it is having a decreasing trend up to 24th hour.
Okay, thank you. So you did some interesting analysis, but one of the things I would challenge you or do is the distance from the landmark or direction from landmark. How meaningful is it for you to come up with interventions? The landmark is only there in some cases, right? So from a data analysis, yes, that is, you can do the analysis. But in terms of doing something about safety outcomes, how would you use that result? Okay. So think about the analysis that you are trying to prioritize. If you have some time, what would you do? It is good analysis of the data that are available, but how meaningful or how relevant it is or how actionable that is, what does that mean? Okay. All right, so WhatsApp group, which one did I call last three? WhatsApp group 1. Anybody from group 1?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tazim.
Tazim, go.
Sir, I did call upon my colleagues, but unfortunately, the response was nil. But I did quite a small analysis to the data. And the data, it was basically, I found the high risk crash windows. I operated the Excel file in the Python programming, and I wrote down some a few line code, and I got the graphical observations between 3-hour moving averages as well as actual crash count. So moving averages was done to smoothen out the periods of crashes. Basically, there were fluctuations up and down in the graphs. So in order to determine consistency, or in order to have an authentic relationship, whether the peak periods are really peaks or not. So it showed me right from 15 to 21. That means 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. the highest actual increase, the highest having crashes, and among that at the hour of 18th show the highest number. So I can show you the figure if you can allow me to share my screen.
Yeah, please save that, and tomorrow we will allow you to share the screen. During the tutorial session tomorrow, I will give you, all of you, any of you who want to share your screen, I will give you 2 minutes to display your results, okay? Tazim, anything else from your side?
So further, on the Excel sheet, I did the route type and the most, on which route type the crash counts were maximum. So upon the analysis, I found that interstate routes had the maximum number of crashes, and the leading to lowest at local roads, followed by county roads, state roads, and US highways.
Okay. Thank you. That's exactly 2 minutes. Thank you. So very good work. I am very happy to see you not only looked at the Excel sheet, but you tried to write some code in Python to examine what trends it is, and I liked your 3-hour moving average. But in this particular case, for the hourly variations, I am not as concerned about the 3-hour moving average, because in traffic engineering we typically will go by the hour. So what intrigued me from the previous group was you said at 1700 hours you found the maximum, right? That is 1900, which is 7 p.m. Another team had reported, I think, 6 p.m. This team, okay, 6 to 7, okay, then all of you are consistent. So, but I like what you're doing. In a practical sense, the 3-hour moving average is not necessarily the best use for the finding which is a peak hour. When you're looking at 300 data points, yes, maybe, but when we look at 40,000 data points in a year, 40,000 crashes, the 3-hour moving average may not be as relevant. Do you follow that, Kazim?
Yes, sir.
But if you're doing a long-term time series analysis and we want to smooth out variations across days, then we may want to do that. Let's say we have crashes over 365 days, and you may have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so on and so forth, or week 1 through week 52 for year 1, and we have 7 years of data, so we have 364 data points. So those are cases where I think some of the smoothing moving average over 3 observations might make sense. Okay, here there's one more team that needs to make their presentation. Ishita's team, okay.
So I am Ishita. So our findings are the weather condition mostly were clear during the crashes. That is 7%, out of which 37% during the daytime. And we found that Clark has the maximum fatal and injury combining both. And White Pine is the lowest in the case of crashes. And the angle collision were the maximum, that is 33%. And near intersection, that was the 30%. The crashes were happening. And during the 6 to 7 p.m., highest crashes were found out.
Okay.
That's it, sir.
Okay, so you took only 45 seconds. So you also, your analysis confirmed 6 to 7 p.m. that other teams did. So a few comments about your analysis. First of all, I'm glad that you worked with the data and you were able to uncover. My goal here is not to cover materials, okay, like cover portions. This is what it is. From my role, I see, is to help you uncover and discover what you can do on your own, just to feed you a few things, point you in the direction. So I'm very happy to do that. I'm excited that some of you looked at multiple ways of doing analysis. Some of you just focused on one or two and did a deeper dive on that. But one thing I would implore you to do is, most of you just did one variable at a time. I didn't ask you to do any modeling, but there are other ways that you can do multiple factors, multiple variables. Think about doing that when we meet again for your next tutorial. Has anybody used pivot tables or pivot charts before? Did you use that for today's analysis? I think
yes, I used that.
Yes, you did. Yeah, so that will help
Yes,
you.
sir.
That will help you to now piece together multiple variables and think. I don't want you to do the analysis just because the data are there. I want to analyze this. Does that make sense for you to have some actionable recommendation, whether it is to a police officer, whether it is to a public works agency, whether it is to whoever it is? So think about that, or daytime versus nighttime, lighting versus no lighting, and lighting, no lighting, intersection versus non-intersection. Now those will help you identify, okay, at intersections where there is lighting that are not in urbanized areas, you have a higher proportion of fatal crashes versus where it was lit. Think about it strategically. So before you start doing your analysis, what purpose will it serve? So one thing I always say is think, think, think. Has any of you heard about a company by name IBM? You know, their tagline is think. So I have two notepads that IBM gives that say think. So I have that on my office desk. Just before I do anything, just pause and think what it means. So I encourage you strongly, don't just blindly go down a path. Think, what are you doing, what does it mean, what is its significance? And then communicating. I like the fact that one of you at least said, could we share our screen? I was checking with Dr. Bharadwaj, yes, we have the ability to share your screen, but since I did not offer it to all of you, I did not think it is fair to allow just one team to share the screen. So moving forward on all your tutorials, you will have the ability to share your screen. Okay, I will make sure we do that. But I'm going to stick to the 2-minute limit when you make your presentations. When you make the presentations, a few other recommendations I have is, once again, introduce yourself and introduce your teammates. I know a few of you worked on it by yourself because you didn't have teammates on the online WhatsApp groups. Did I miss any WhatsApp group? I think I went through all 5.
No, sir.
Okay, good. So introduce yourself and your teammates and give credit. It's always great to share credit. We did this as opposed to I did this. Okay. This was what you're doing is you're somebody who's representing the team. So our team did this. I'm the spokesperson for the team. So share credit. Okay. Just like it makes other people feel that they made valuable contributions. Granted, on some teams you have some people who have more contributions and others have less. At another time the roles may change. So be sure to give credit to others on your team, and each time introduce yourself. Those you are sitting together because you know each other for the most part. You know who you are, who know who your teammates are. I don't know most of you. This is the second day that I'm meeting with you. I think I know most of you by name, but I'm still trying to make the name and face connection. There are people online. Get to know them too. Professor Bharadwaj, I'm going to try to wrap up now. Do you have any comments? Tomorrow I think we are starting at 9:30, not 9 o'clock. Yes. Tomorrow's start will be delayed a little because I had another appointment come up on campus that I need to meet. Okay. You are welcome to come at 9 o'clock, work with the data that you have, or make productive use of the time. But there's no compulsion, but I would like to start very much at 9:30, except I don't control my appointment. It's across campus. It's with the director of the institute. If his schedule runs late, I can't say I need to meet with you at 9 o'clock. I'm at his mercy, okay? So if our appointment runs late, please bear with me, but be ready, those of you online and those of you in class, be ready for the session to start at 9 o'clock. Until then, have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all. Quick comment before we go. Was this a useful utilization of your time for this exercise? Because this is the style I want to continue for the other tutorials. If you say this is a waste of time, I need to figure out a different way to help you learn or help you use data. Was this meaningful? I will do an anonymous online survey. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. All right, people, thank you very much.